can't hear you. Uh-oh. Let me.
Shit, dang it. What? Oh, what about now? What about now?
Okay, that's better. I
Okay,
tell you
okay.
what, though. Let me see how this. How about now? Can you hear me?
I hear a little feedback.
Turn this joint up. How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're perfect.
Okay, good deal. Good deal. What's
How
going
do I
on, man?
sound?
You sound
Oh,
good.
nothing, man.
Perfect.
Oh man,
Man,
just
where's the explosion? We didn't have any explosion or anything this time when we was coming on?
man. Oh no, no. I just played it. I just played the
Okay,
explosion.
okay,
Yeah, I just
okay,
played it.
cool, cool.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Man, man, we stirring up the controversy, it seems.
Yeah,
You know. I mean, but
yeah.
here it is. I'm gonna get direct to the point. If you dish it, you have to be able to take it. It's
Absolutely.
that simple. If you dish it, you have to be able to take it. If you set the parameters in which we're playing, if you set the rules and regulations in which we're playing, man, shit, then we're playing by those rules.
Facts.
If you, excuse me, sitting having my coffee, if you are calling yourself the Abrahamic faith killers, it's your mission to destroy Abrahamic faiths and everything like that, then you have to, and so that one would naturally assume means that you are scrutinizing or examining. You're putting under stream examination. Am I saying it right? Look, my tongue is getting tied. But
Yep.
anyway, you're fairly going through somebody's religion. How dare you be upset that someone comes back and looks at your doctrine and your philosophy and challenges it? Isn't that what you're doing? This is why I stick to my claim of neo-colonialism, man. You have to realize that you're doing the same thing the oppressor has done to us. The very thing that you say you're trying to eradicate and pull out is the very thing you're doing. You come and you shit on people's beliefs. You're going to show them where this is bullshit. You're going to show them where this is anti-African. You're going to show them where this doesn't fit in the pantheon of African gods and all of this type of stuff. Bullshit. And then you get upset. Emotional even. Dare I say. And I listen. Because I'm not going to pull no punches. Listen, y'all know I'm speaking about Blue, a brother whom I love dearly. He is a young black man that is absolutely fucking brilliant. I just believe that instead of his brilliance being fed, his ego is being fed. You can't be, listen, pardon me. I really will apologize. I sincerely apologize. I didn't know. I had no idea that you absolutely believed in that bullshit. I had no idea. So I will apologize and dial it back a moment. But I thought we were coming with tough skin. I thought we were coming with armor. It isn't about, I did catch a segment. I couldn't, I'm busy now. I had to take time to pull away and do this segment. But I did catch a portion where where it was put out there that maybe I may have been upset about being labeled a cool or something. Never that. People are entitled to their opinions. I may fit the definition of the word cool. Maybe especially if it's coming from dark side. Shit, I just may fit that definition. I don't know what you guys do. But I do know that stimia can be challenged. If Islam can be challenged, Christianity can be challenged, Judaism can be challenged, Hinduism can be challenged. Everything can be challenged, but Whoopi Goldberg can't be challenged. Come on, man. If that ain't supremacy, elitism, I don't know what is. If those aren't components and aspect of neocolonialism, traits and signs of the oppressor, elitism and supremacy, I don't know what is. How dare you challenge the supreme religion that we have laid down, the supreme goddess that we have given to you? Which really, if you took thought, if you were trying to be politically correct with your God, even that's subjective. Even that's subjective, I believe. You say that she's been hailed as the epitome of ugly. How I mean, to me, that's even offensive. I don't know. People who know me personally kind of know my flavor. I get down with. They kind of know my flavor. I get down with, and it ain't too far from Whoopi Goldberg. You know. So when you say that was the epitome of ugly, it hurts my feelings. Follow me on Instagram, Facebook. I don't hide it. So I don't. When this epitome of ugly, that's why I fight so hard against that. It's colorism. It's objectification to black women. You know what I'm saying? If that's the highest standard of beauty, then naturally our sisters of a fair complexion and hue are subjugated or less than. They're not the highest standard of beauty. It's the same problem that Christianity has with giving a white God. Why repeat that? Why do the same thing in different form? Oh, neo-colonialism. That's why we do the same thing in different form. Blackface and white place. It in the insult, brother. You're making it too easy. You're making it too easy. You as a person, you cool with me. Like I said, there again, man, I think you're brilliant. And I think that there are some brilliant debaters over there. I just feel the need to practice a natural collective natural communalism. You know, a need to really draw together and band together and fight off these devils have had a lot of you brothers band around just some misinformations. It doesn't mean it can't be dope. But if you're not open to discuss it, if you're not open to the challenges of it, fuck it. Motherfuck it. Because it's just another religion. Like motherfuck Islam, motherfuck Christianity, motherfuck Hindu, motherfuck anything that begins to divide us and call allegiance to that over the forward advancement of black people. Motherfuck it. I'm a black nationalist. If you want to hit me with religious, that's what you can charge me with. I'm religious to black nationalism, even to the point where I motherfuck Allah, motherfuck Islam, Muhammad, and all of them people. If it's going to take me away from finding common unity with you, I'm not going to hold to it. But you have to be able to meet me on the same motherfucking grounds as a black nationalist. And you can't. And you can't. You're a religious fanatic. And all of those people over there hailing to that blindly have drank the Kool-Aid. I'm sorry, at the arena, we just don't get down like that. I think I heard the statement, we've destroyed many. Hey, then this shouldn't be a big deal. Just put us on the meal ticket shit, I guess. I guess invite us to dinner and make us the main course. I don't know. It shouldn't be a big deal to you. But I think what you have found is that the arena isn't the run of the mill. What you have really found is you have been challenging other religious black nationalists to their adherence to traditional religions, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. You've been challenging that, and you've been presenting another religion to challenge it with, sprinkled with a little social, cultural, sprinkled with a little political, sprinkled with a lot of science, a lot of logic and reason. It is a good gumbo. But when you bring that to a black nationalist, the black nationalist sees all the good in it. Like, I see what you're attempting with the Whoopi Goldberg thing. I celebrate and commemorate STEMIA. I even like all the ideas you have by the creation of deities that reflect our specific general needs. What have I only ever disagreed with is the neo-colonialist proselytizing of your religion in its supremacy, in its intolerance, in its hatred, in its alienization of us as a unit. It is ineffective as a unit. So what you mad that I challenge that? Just show me I'm different. Show me different. Help me win me over. You supposed to be trying to convert me. I'll scream motherfucker to the day I die if you still sound like the same shit it was presented to me as. And to be so incensed, nobody said nothing when your boy came over here, when y'all came over here, straight just disrespected my boy. We laughed it off. I even jumped in the joke with you. My man, you know he an atheist. Your boy created a god for him. We got atheos for Black Sun. He is the god of doubt and skepticism. I jumped, oh, that's dope, Lex. Ha ha. I laughed at my boy. I laughed, we had a joke at my partner's expense. We had a joke at my partner's expense. Oh, that's dope. Atheos for the atheists. And you mad because somebody challenged Whoopi Goldberg? Man, y'all tripping. Y'all really tripping. In the words of the queen, make it make sense. Make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? The audacity, man. I mean, there's no way around the what you're trying to masquerade and push, not only as an ideology and a philosophy, but as a social cultural understanding as a way to interact with black people. What I'm saying is even your actions don't line up with that. You worship the black woman, which I think to defy beauty and ugly or how someone is really objectifying to women. But okay, that's a whole nother thing. But you say you worship the black woman, and one of your outstanding proponents, one of your lead spokesperson, is constantly referring to a black woman in the most degrading manner. Not once, not accidental slips, intentional. From intentionally saying it on the lives to deliberately typing it in the title of programs. And you mad at me? You making lives about the arena? What have we done? See, I don't want to think because I like this dude. So I don't want to think, I really want to believe that it is a matter of I have violated a sanctimonious area with him, something that is sacred, but it's hard to take serious when you come after me for questioning the image of Whoopi Goldberg or the philosophy of Stemia or the seriousness of Darkseid as a Force, I'm saying like Suge Knight as a record label crew, or not. if I'm if I'm questioning Darkseid's seriousness and their belief to this, when one of its leading spokesperson is never misses an opportunity to not only levy shots, period, to be a mischief maker, that little Legba spirit, to be a mischief maker, but to be downright ugly and nasty in his verbiage. And you turn around and make a whole video about how we disrespected Stem. I don't know if the whole video was. I didn't look at the whole video, so I'm gonna be honest. You know, as I call snips, like I said, I was in between time trying to have lunch with my son, doing some things. But the snippet I did catch. Yeah, I think, listen, I'm open to debate it, to discuss it. It doesn't have to be a debate. It don't even have to be heated. Anytime you're welcome to come over here and discuss it, any dark side can discuss that shit. I don't get it. How about that? Should I have just said that? I don't get it. And I'm not one of these. Y'all may have been eating crews. Like I said, unfortunately, you've run across the black nationalists whom you tried to bring a religious battlefield to. You can't get us like that. We're not religious black nationalists. You have to make it make sense socially, culturally, politically. It can, your spiritual. I get where you're going spiritually. So there, you got me. But help me to translate that, how it benefits us as a whole when I get the concept, but the way that you proselytize it, the way that you promote it, and the way that you preach it stinks of neocolonialism. It stinks of my oppressor. It stinks of supremacy. It stinks of elitism. It stinks of intolerance. It stinks of hate. How am I supposed to, how can I wrap my red just because you wrap it in Pan-Africanism, because you throw a Pan-Africanist label on it? You know what I'm saying? That's when I have to begin to challenge the subsections and sectors of Pan-Africanism. You know what I'm saying? As it interrelates to black nationalism and things of that nature. Listen, I wanted to share something with you as we talk about that. And I'm not going to hog up the whole thing because we talk about this black nationalism. Let me give you a little perspective of what I come from. And these are excerpts from Nkrumahnism. I just had to, copy a few things down so you can understand. Revolutionary Pan-African nationalism. All right. This is from the ideology of the All-African Revolutionary Party, which is an Nkrumahist movement. Revolutionary Pan-African black nationalism, sometimes called black internationalism, Pan-African nationalism, is the highest expression of black power. It is the international, social, and moral African ideology which calls for the unification, international black united front, and national independence of all people of African descent. Pan-Africanists are in principle, listen to this, Pan-Africanists are in principle unity and solidarity with all black people struggling to destroy capitalism and imperialism and all other forms of oppression and exploitation. See, that's my understanding of Pan-Africanism. Like I said, it didn't. What a lot of times people are pushing, it just smells of neocolonialism. I'm not done. Pan-Africanists recognize the struggle against capitalism and imperialism is a struggle that includes all oppressed people. Pan-Africanism is the class struggle at the level of African masses in Africa and throughout. Not being vigilant, listen to this, not being vigilant on this point. If you're not aware of this point, it will expose us to the rafts of imperialism, Zionism, colonialism, neocolonialism, racism, and gender oppression. Not only just expose us to the raft, it means expose us to the influences of these things. To the influences of what? Imperialism, Zionism, colonialism, neocolonialism, racism, and gender oppression. And I find many of us falling into the trap. You dig? I found many of us falling into that trap. Revolutionary black nationalism, as can be extracted from the Nkrumahism, as explained by the All African Revolutionary Party, All African People's Revolutionary Party. If you don't know about Omala Yeshitela, go check him out. He is the chairman. You want to get your Pan-Africanism on? Omala Yeshitela is the way to go. Not only will he have you thinking bigger than the slave trade, he will show you how the slave trade is just a very small component of the colonization of the world. How our struggle is an international struggle. This is what ties me to Pan-Africanism. But what did we hear that Pan-Africanists were in principle? In principle, Pan-Africanists are unity and solidarity with all black people, struggling to destroy capitalism, imperialism, and all other forms of oppression and exploitation. If your philosophy doesn't smell like that, doesn't have remnants of that, Negro, I question it, and I'm going to question it. Let's go to revolutionary black nationalism. Ride with me for a moment. Let's just take this quick trail. Let's not spend a lot of time, because we got another show coming up. Revolutionary black nationalism emphasizes the importance of what? Racial solidarity. I'm going to need us to understand here that the key word in both of these aspects and both of these versions of actually the same ideology, but different proponents and components of it, center around solidarity and unity. If your doctrine, if that's not a key principle in your doctrine first, then I question its Pan-Africanism and its nationalism. If it is exclusionatory, elitist, in other words, if it is discriminatory, if it is hate-filled, if it is intolerable, or a doctrine of intolerance and acceptance, I will question its Pan-Africanism and its black nationalism, particularly that of what I practice, revolutionary Pan-Africanism or revolutionary internationalism, universal African nationalism, and black nationalism. All right, listen. So black nationalism emphasizes the importance of racial solidarity, dealing with problems, grievances, and demands of the disposed black population according to black people's unique identity. Black nationalist outlook is not sufficient enough to overturn the historic structures and process of black oppression, dehumanization, dispossession. As a result of this realization, the party embraced a revolutionary black nationalist position. After analyzing history, the party concluded that colonized people had fought off the yoke of oppression and exploitation in the past by establishing a nation comprising their own racial, ethnic, or cultural group. However, check this out. However, because black people lacked the power to become a dominant faction in America, thereby making nationhood problematic, this led to a development of revolutionary nationalism, which means nationalism and communalism. As a revolutionary black nationalist, our struggle is centered on destroying the conditions that generate the twin evils of capitalism and racism. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah once said, "The evil of capitalism consists in its alienation of the fruit of labor from those with the toil of their labor. Those with the toil of their body and the sweat of their brow produce this fruit." So what Dr. Nkrumah is essentially saying is that the evil of capitalism is this, to break it down in layman's terms. You can work all day, work all day, work all day, work all day, but you are never fully recompensed for the labor that you're producing, especially the prices that they put on the products. It removes you from sharing in its wealth to a degree that is beneficial to you. All right, I hope I put that in a nutshell. We may have to discuss that. This aspect of capitalism makes it irreconcilable with those basic principles which animate the traditional African society. End of quote. Black people in America are colonized in much the same way as the people of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, whose countries Western Europeans subjugated in the 19th century. Police forces in urban areas occupy black communities in the same fashion that the U.S. military occupies areas of Iraq. This is the legacy of the formation of the American political and economic systems that were established largely by violent appropriation of native lands and the exploitation of African slave labor. This dislocation and relocation of Africans and their American descendants, along with the dehumanization and exploitation of their labor, represents a form of colonialism, domestic or internal colonialism. That's what we say. I know that was a lot, but basically that's what we're about. Unity and solidarity to break out of the colonized mind state. And the colonized mind state is those things that would hold us back from unity and solidarity and forward advancement.
So you mean like proselytizing?
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. And so when you, but here's my whole thing. You know, you're not going to stop the people from fishing. That's the right of freedom. Isn't that the right of freedom? Isn't that what we fight for? But you can't be pissed if you coming out hard out the gate, you destroying Abraham, you know, this is anti-African, that is anti-African. I don't get offended because someone called me cool. I get offended because I love the people so much and I'm a black nationalist when someone tries to pull the wool over our fucking eyes. And now an old head then came around, man, y'all let me be the old head, man. Come on, man. I'm just the old man on the porch. So the old head then came along and said, no, youngin, nope, that's not it. That's not it. And you're pissed. And what I'm telling you is not it. I'm not telling you your concept's not it. I have my questions about the whole Whoopi Goldberg thing. I really think that's a bad look. Like I said, not just from setting the standard of beauty for women. That's what the oppressor did, set the standard of beauty. You can't do the opposite and think you're doing something, you know, but anyway. So I disagree with us objectifying women, setting the standard of beauty, but more importantly, I think it's the whole way that you're going about it. Like, okay, so that's your concept. Everybody got religions. So I don't knock that. But when you say you coming out, this is your mission is to destroy the Abrahamic faiths, to rebuild Babel and this and that. And people, and here's the funny thing. If I'm getting I'm not even representing the Abrahamic faith. I don't know how the black Hebrews and shit let y'all get away with that. How the black Muslims, I do know how the black, because I was over there, I saw Asiatic Lion. Shouts out to Asiatic Lion. I want to say Salaam Alaikum, but I don't know. Should I? That might be too Abrahamic. You might get your head slapped off. I know I'm teasing Asiatic. Shouts out, man. Shouts out. But I don't know how you can, I don't know how you can dish it. Say you the Abrahamic faith killer. You rebuilding the Tower of Babel and stuff like that. And then when someone says, okay, well, what are you bringing? Let's talk about what you bringing. And then shit, you know, how dare you, the audacity, man, that stinks of neocolonialism. And that's what makes a motherfucker say, fuck dark side. It ain't so much fuck you as a person. It's like, man, fuck your audacity. Excuse my language. It's like, you know what I'm saying? I'm outside, man. I got kids. Well, it's like, screw your audacity. Screw your team. How dare you come at everybody and you talking about everybody and how we anti-African. You had all these fly things and then not you directly, but your boys. See, you don't want to pull up on your boys. That's the problem I have mainly. This is smoke and mirrors. You ain't got you can't have a real problem with black men questioning a black philosophy, but you say you like black men. And we man the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? We man the hell up and question a whippersnapper coming into the game. Like I said, follow me. I ain't no big wig, but follow me on Instagram. Facebook. I'm not a big wig. I just put a little something out there. I do. Look us back on the arena. I'm not a big wig, but check this out 10, 15 years ago. Man, you talking about y'all ain't cruise. This is nothing new, son. That's what I'm telling you, man. I said I begun this thing with the Anka Cats.
Right. The King Nobles.
The King Nobles, the real black king of black supremacy. I build with King Noble. I built with Anka Cat, not members of the team. We were the team. That's what I'm telling you. I was on his team. We were the team. He was a part of the arena one time, and we did some other stuff, black atheists and everything. Now, I don't get into the personal, this and that, and I don't know his status now in the YouTube world. He's an old lion. We supposed to be like me. I didn't want to come out of my den. But I see a little cub out here roaring. Wow, wow, Thundercat. Thundercat. I hear this little Thundercat. Wow. I said, let me come out here, stand on my rock. Mustafa. You know what I'm saying? To see what's going on. Because you can't be mad, man. Yo, man, you got to, first of all, like they told me, you got to clean your own house first. You need to check your man about, I would be checking my man just about the image he's presenting in front of, if this is a family thing. So you mean to tell me, and y'all talk about the Muslims over there and them Latinos practicing machismo and pouring gasoline on women and burn them up. One of y'all prime spokesmen outright just, bitch, oh, this and that. So that's what can go, that's what can pass for good conduct and good character. What does Stemia say about that? Thou shalt talk about thy wife like a motherfucker if she offend him? That's the type of shit you need to be doing. Why you worried about these Abrahamic faiths from a political position, from an oppressive, from a very subjective, emotional position? And you're talking to people why that don't work on us, because everybody over here says we don't adhere, or I do anyway. I'm going to speak for myself. That we don't adhere to those faiths traditionally, that it is esoteric and we're mystics. It is only to help us to have a moral walk. Maybe you guys need to adopt one because your morals are terrible. You guys are terrible morally. Not saying I'm the saint walking on water and I can feed the multitude with 2 loaves. I haven't said any of that. I'm not making a claim, unlike some of you guys over there. Y'all pop up like, I didn't know whether the motherfucking Dobale or a salute, bow, or what. You know what I'm saying? Ring the bell. His announcement of his presence is fantastic. It's really grandiose. And I give him that grandiose appearance. I give him that very fantastic appearance. But don't begin to get delusions of grandeur and think that I believe that shit. That I think that what you're putting off, and this is for Lex. This ain't even, that's what gets me with Blue, man. You a soldier, bro. You be swinging, bro. You trying, man. You really hanging in there, bro. But you know, and I'm appealing to the you and you, black man. You know your boy's wrong. You know your boy's wrong, man. From the language he's using, from the way it's being presented. And he got you backpedaling, trying to defend some shit instead of just really not right. I don't know if y'all scared to lose one another. I don't know what that is. I ain't even gonna go there. I ain't gonna play psychologist, psychiatrist or a psychologist and try to figure that shit out, man. I just understand one thing, man. You know, right and exact is right and exact, God. You know, right and exact is right and exact, God. No matter how you spell that out, God. And you know the brother's conduct is not right and exact, God. You know it's unbecoming. But I don't know. Do y'all even do the math? I don't know what language. See, that's the problem with Stemia. You haven't developed or defined a language I can speak to you in Stemia. I haven't seen a good mode of conduct. Where's your prophet of Stemia? Show me somebody so I can say, oh, this is what you say. Your prophet come and say, oh, hell, Stemia. And that means some shit. You know what I'm saying? You can't have somebody come up, I'm the grandiose and the Stemia in the biggest form. Fuck you, fat bitch. Peace, Stemia. You can't. That don't work like that. How am I supposed to take that serious? And you upset about what? Me questioning that? No, man, your aggression, your focus is misdirected. Old folk told you, man, clean your house up first. That's why, I'm going to be honest, that's why I'm sparing y'all. Yeah, I said it. I don't believe in, I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed about this so-called you destroyers of many people, this and that. I don't know why they laid down to that. See, here's the difference. You, like I said, you were attacking them. And then when you get placed under scrutiny and stuff, y'all can't handle the pressure, man. Y'all turning it into something different. when talking to me. You come up here talking to me about GTO, Lex yesterday. Y'all turn it into that. I don't know how many disclaimers we make for everybody on here. People make disclaimers for everything. Yanga says doesn't represent everybody on this damn panel. MD, me and the D have gone back and forth. GTO don't agree with me on the nigga shit. Son, me and Son go back and forth probably more than anybody. We all do that. You mad because we scrutinize Dark Side? Let me tell you something. My man Snup Nup, who is official team motherfucking arena, shouts out to the Reality Temple. Operation Exodus Mississippi got scrutinized by his right hand motherfucking man who is Team Arena. You thought you were safe? You thought you would say that's how we do. Now, if you want to make it personal, like we were personally caught, anything that comes through here. Did you hear what I told you? Angel Snupnup, the mighty one, whom we fuck with the long way, got his shit ran through. By what? Somebody he's cool that knew the plan and operate. They was cool like that, still cool like that. On what? The same team. Same. Gang. It's gang over here. Same. But we go at each other. So how did you think that you were going to receive a pass? Anybody can get it. And it ain't about getting it. It got turned into this because you guys turned it into this. I'm sorry, I didn't went on a rant. What's up, GTO? What's up, MD?
I didn't think nobody else could talk.
Hey, let
scream, right?
Oh, go ahead, GTO.
No, go ahead, MD.
No, I just wanted to ask Yang a philosophical question.
Okay.
So, and really this to all the Babel builders, right?
Mm-hmm.
If all the Babel builders are aimed to destroy the Abrahamic faith in order to create a new system in which we live by, would that also destroy the Babel in which you built? You see how deep that was?
You got all deep, yeah. He got philosophical, real philosophical, yeah. See, I don't know. That's questions for them. I mean, that's what I think their philosophers, their prophets, their holy people should really sit down and take in consideration. I mean, we just see more and more behavior like the oppressor. When challenged, they become agitated and irritated. You know what I'm saying? I believe that the way that they handle it is very reminiscent of the oppressor. If we had nations, we'd probably be at war right now. We're at a semi-war now. You know what I'm saying? We're flying planes over each other's territory, trying one another. Fuck you, don't keep riding, No fly zone. So I think they should go back to the table in this if it really is all benevolent, if it really is agape, if it really is unconditional love. But you setting a lot of conditions. That's what I don't get. And then here's the platform. And I think that when that's challenged, it just bothers them. And that's what gets me. I don't know if it bothers them that it's challenged, or is it ego? Are you mad because we challenge Stemia? That doesn't fucking exist.
I think they're mad because we're shooting down Stemia spy balloons over here.
Yeah, you gotta stop flying them.
Dark side balloons. What up, Inyami?
What's up? So this damn spot. Drones. Is that a drone? No, really. Inyami, I had the man much respect, man. I got in my thing. I said I got sensational a little bit, and I'm not even gonna front. I enjoyed it. Because I told Lex ass not to get off that panel. I think he had all that coming. I asked Lex. I ain't gonna say I told him. I asked Lex Vortex not to take his ass off the panel. Allow me to address. Allow me to answer some of those questions. To address some of that shit he was laying out. And so I went in a little extra, and I'm not gonna front. I enjoyed it because I believe I can back up everything I said. Everything. I challenge you to a debate to it. You have to prove the only thing. Listen, I'd love a debate because only two things can happen. Either I'm going to sink that fucking ship or you're going to validate it. One or the other. Either I'm going to sink that fucking ship or you're going to validate it. Either way, it's going to be good for black people. That's the corners I paint myself in. The corner, Dear Blue, you paint yourself in is a no-win by backing that shit. Check your boy. Tell him pull up. And I ain't saying you got to do a YouTube check like you doing now, sending shouts out to the arena. I understand holding your set down. I understand holding Dark Side down. I started to come up here, Dark Side Killer, yeah. DSK, yeah, cuz. You know what I'm saying? I started to come up here, trip out with you, man, play around with you. You know, but then I realized, damn, he might be taking this shit serious. This shit might be hurting his feelings. Then
Right.
I felt good. Good.
Well, well, to go to that point, one of the things when I was listening to his live, one of the points he made was that we were emotional because certain verbiage was being used over here. I'm like, hold up. So, for he talked about the Coon situation, and said, we were soft because we were feeling some type of way about that term being put out. But
yeah.
No, what I was saying is, so if you understand the historical connotation to it, especially dealing with us, that's one of the harshest words you can use, let alone anything else. And talking about the bitch and the hoe and all that. At what point in time do we not have the ability to use that when we talk to one another? It ain't about being soft.
And I mean, he's been doing it. He's absolutely been doing it over and over again, and nobody was even addressing him on a panel or talking to him. He chose to keep coming up here after he said he was going to stay away from me, and nobody said nothing about him up on the panel. He just wanted to still keep being disrespect. It's just, I'm tired of it. It's just like, I don't even care. I didn't even watch that video, like, because the other video I felt like the cornery talk was weird. But this is like what I want to say. What I really want to say is like the other stream was weird to me because the genocide thing, they obsessed with that, with the war thing, and that's why I really like. I don't know what I want to say. I might have to just do another stream on it so I can really.
No, I get you, GTO, but this is the thing, though. This is the thing. I never heard, and correct me if I'm wrong. I never heard the brother Blue used that verbiage when he came over here.
He does
to identify us. So what was your point?
He be saying like the love. He be saying like the love that we supposed to have for our people is supposed to make us sacrifice ourselves. You feel what I'm saying? That's why Kofi got up here and kept talking about going to war and stuff like that. Like they obsessed with that aspect of it. It's like people be obsessed with suicide for the greater good of even their own race.
Yeah, I get that point. But
and that part is in cults, and they'll try to push that on you. And I'm sitting here like nobody said that we wasn't going to fight for our rights, but he wasn't talking about voting. He was talking about something else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My issue was why did you feel the need to put emphasis on talking about the coon and the bitch and the hoe? You never said those things. So if it's an issue of people talking about Lex, let Lex handle the shit. You ain't got to do it. So well, I felt that kind of odd. You know what I mean?
See, you never been in a gang, have you?
Nah.
See,
nah,
that's
I ain't
what
never.
It is. Sometimes you can be in a gang and you let the sucker in the gang that didn't really have anything, didn't have no problems, didn't have really, they just lived in the neighborhood, and they get in the gang and they start all the fights. They have you fighting every weekend. They slapping people, whistling at the wrong whistles, just doing everything. Like I said, as a soldier, I commend Blue as a soldier. I just think he's fighting a lost battle, man. He's fighting one because it's morally wrong. You can't justify the stance that you're taking, bro. I don't care how much you hoop and holler, how many words you think you're throwing out there, how much you try to twist Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism. I didn't actually hit it live. I'm just going off past discussions. I don't care about all that. You can't get around it being, you can't substantiate stimia because your spokesperson is morally wrong, morally bankrupt, and then you looking suspect because you're trying to defend that. You're deflecting. You're coming over here trying to shoot at the arena, and like I said, I honestly believe we sparing you. We sparing you. I heard what we destroyed. I don't believe it.
Destroy
I don't
what?
believe it.
Huh?
I don't. He was
Wait.
saying other groups when I heard it. I just
Yeah,
told
yeah,
him,
yeah. He said he done made other people change their doctrine.
yeah,
Dark side. Yeah.
you know what? That was just
Who
somebody
did
who was.
made who did made people change their doctrine and dark side?
They say they have. Dark side has.
Oh, like they was over here and they brought people over there.
No.
They just
He
saying
like I
cool.
get. Yeah.
Yeah,
Period.
they
I
said
guess.
they said
Okay,
the Hebrew, some more
okay.
people.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I
So
mean,
now what?
it's cute. No. I mean, it really.
Right.
I enjoy. I liked it. I'm gonna be the first time I heard it, the concept, they had the fly names, they were going there. That's when Suave was on. And if I had the choice between Suave and the Dark Side, man, hands down, Dark Side was bringing that black power, that black force. I was like, okay, I like it. You know what I'm saying? Lex and I, we had our little run in. I can go back and pull up the streams. I mean, some of the same shit he's crying about, he did. He quoted Nundy on me. You ain't gonna Nundy said, yeah, Negro, I ain't forget that. I ain't forget none of that shit. I'm a Virgo, cuz. Ain't nobody told you
Wait,
about
what?
Virgo.
Who?
Oh boy, you gotta get see. You trying to get caught. I gotta let you do your research.
I haven't
Yeah.
been watching. I haven't been watching none of them.
No,
I don't
this
watch.
this was a
I
this was
haven't
a
even
while.
watched Blue Lady
No,
streams. I haven't watched none
this
of
was
it.
a while. This was way back in the day. When I first got in there, this was way back in the day. When Lex and I first had that run in there. That's when I thought he was Swift. I went to, my page. I had one say nephew. I addressed the whole Lex Vortex thing. He got real snappy and jazz, but I was brand new to YouTube. I didn't know about YouTube capitalism. The only reason I'm addressing this now is YouTube capitalism, the clicks. Man, y'all don't real talk. Real talk. Your doctrine ain't solid enough for me to give it that much thought. And nobody will step up and accept the challenge to explain it or to discuss it. And it just keeps getting murdered. We constantly saying, okay, you Abrahamic faith killers, but all your parables, all your metaphors, everything that you use to explain something are from the faiths of Abraham. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's real fantastic. Then all the main holy stuff are from motion pictures. But we supposed to take Dark Side, Order 66, Whoopi Goldberg. But we supposed to take
Right.
that serious. You know what I'm saying? Hollywood love y'all Negroes. I know Hollywood love y'all Negroes. But you want us to take that serious. And then you want to, and so because we don't, because we put it out there, we poke at it, we have a laugh at it, you really get upset like we've said something blasphemous about a brand new ass religion.
That's another thing that killed me. Like, of course, people go and question it when you come out the door. And then you trying to
I
enforce
hope,
it on people
I hope
on
they
a
do.
fucking panel. You didn't come out with a temple. You don't have a statue of Whoopi Goldberg, and y'all talk about something. It's blasphemy. Fuck you. You know, it's
Yeah,
not even that serious.
yeah,
It's not that deep. Like,
exactly.
who is this lady? Like, what are you talking? Where's this? You
Yeah.
don't even got a picture of her. Do y'all have an artist
I'm gonna tell
draw
you this.
her?
They better get her express permission before they get a lawsuit from Whoopi Goldberg.
I'm dead. Exactly.
Yeah, fuck around get sued. Whoopi Goldberg. We'll see how much y'all worship
Lexi,
that
look.
You
motherfucking
talk,
image.
you talking about a copyright
Lexi,
strike?
Yeah, yeah. We see how much.
Lexi.
Yeah. We'll see how much y'all, how many tipples of Whoopi go out, the stimia you have then. Whoopi gonna hit you. Wait till y'all get big and hit y'all with a big fat lawsuit
Exactly. Y'all better not
for
get big.
reusing her
Come
image.
on, it's
Yeah.
growing. I said y'all better hope it don't, nigga.
Okay. For misuse of her image. She gonna be looking through internet one day, click the button, stimia. Her big face gonna pop up on that motherfucker. She gonna have a fit. Y'all gonna get a call. Y'all gonna get a call. Y'all think you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just so we just poking fun at it. We going back. Isn't that what you do? I mean, you just had a whole live. If Abraham, I didn't watch it. I didn't have a chance to watch it. I was gonna go back and watch it. If Abraham would have sacrificed his son, this you just did a whole live. I'm sure it's full of information. I'm sure it's chopped full of gold nuggets. But I'm also quite sure that they are probably not in favor of Abrahamic faiths. So how dare you? That's what I'm insist at. That's what I'm looking at Blue at. Like, damn, little bro, for real, you that man, you big man, because somebody question you, little homie.
Then if most black people think that Whoopi Goldberg is ugly, like
See, but I talked about
why
that. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with the objectification. I don't know if most black people
people
do.
gonna it's definitely gonna be because people gonna see the modern version of what Whoopi Goldberg is like. Then
Right.
the biggest problem to me is they also trying to bring back an era of Whoopi Goldberg that doesn't exist because what she really wanted to be is what we see now. Like,
Yeah, it's exactly. My
that
whole
shit was
thing is,
phony.
yeah, that's my whole thing. My whole thing is it don't have to be her. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it just don't have to be her. I don't know about. I think it's objectification to do the whole beauty color stand, especially when men do it. It's colorism in the reverse. We need to remove colorism out of our motherfucking diet, out of our social cultural understanding. Embrace the diversity, the wonderful shades and many shades. That means you just don't have to go out of your race. If you want something a white girl looking, you can find a black imitation of life. I call them. You can find you an imitation of life, light, bright, damn near white. If you want chocolate delight, you can go there and get alabaster. I love it. Right here, one stop ice cream shop. I don't have to go out of my ethnicity. You know what I'm saying? So I think that it is objectifying. I think it's colorism in the reverse. Then, if you just got to do it, I think it is a poor choice of character.
I get what you're saying, Yanga, but even from a social sense,
Mm-hmm.
we know what us as Black Americans went through in terms of colorism to get to the point where we at now.
Yeah.
Like we know
Yeah.
the raping and the mutilation of our women in antebellum days. What created the shade that most of us have, which is not black. It's
Mm-hmm.
not black.
Mm-hmm.
So in essence, you want to destroy. This is the thing with Dark Side. They want to destroy everything Black American in order to create some new ethnos or what have you. It's not gonna happen, man.
No.
You want to change it politically. You want to change it culturally. You talk about spiritualism, but don't understand the spiritualism of your own people, or not necessarily say that you don't understand it, but you want
They
to
don't give a
downplay it.
damn. Yeah, they don't care. Yeah.
They
You know
want
what I
to
mean?
water
So
down. They want
it's
to water
crazy.
down the modern part of spirituality by trying to push their modern stimia on people, and it's just like we not going. It's us. It's both modern. What are you talking about?
I
You're
mean,
not coming with no ancient knowledge every single time you speak. You still trying to talk about modern shit. This is a modern goddess. Be honest. You know.
absolutely. And we wouldn't have it. And here's my thing. I think that they reserve the right to do that. You know, he even took his freedom on our platform to give an atheist a god. Atheos, the god of the atheists, on our platform. I mean, but we opened up to that. That could have been received as very disrespectful. But we got the fanatical freedom lover over there, the fanatical freedom fighter, Black Sun. He's
What you
so
gonna
into
say? He
freedom.
loved it though. You like the Black Sun?
That's what he said. Because with me, I ain't gonna talk for him. Go ahead, son. She asked you a question, brother.
What was that? Gynocracy?
Did you like the atheos thing? Was you offended by it?
No, I didn't like it at all.
Oh,
I
okay. I
don't
didn't
need
know.
nobody to. Okay, first of all, I'm older than Lex. I don't need Lex to hold my hand and assign me a god. That's very offensive. And
Right.
atheos means God of the state. That's what I oppose. Like, dude, he doesn't even know what the atheos mean. Atheos is the Greek God of the state. I don't do theocracies. Dumbass Lex, man. Dumbass. But does that answer your question, God, actually?
Yeah, I kind of look at you like a caveman ever since you told me the reason that you was like, not fucking with you.
I am
So
a
you said,
caveman. I am. I like, I don't
Captain
know if y'all.
Caveman.
Caveman.
I don't know about
Yeah.
the demigods and all that other stuff, but I know that like you would just you just say manly, because you ain't playing about,
I mean, have you ever seen a mosh pit, Gynocracy?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I go in those occasionally. So I am a caveman. I go in there with other cavemen. That's what I do.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. And they mad. They so mad. Because for real, I think if you wasn't in your truck clothes, you'd probably be dressed as a golf or something. Look, I know a golf. I know a black golf when I see one. Look.
That's funny. Man, absolutely. So, I mean, there you have. So, I mean, if we can poke fun at one of our own, if we can allow you the freedom to come up here and assign one of ours a god and all kind of stuff, assign an atheist a god, he gets offended. But see, that's what men do. We dial that shit back. He'll fall back, jump off the panel. We dial that shit back. We understand, man, this open forum. We always tell people the arena is a blood sport, baby. The arena is a blood sport. Y'all want to come over and swinging blades and then expect to get cut. Man, come on, man. Who y'all think y'all playing with? You know, so I mean, you know, like I said, I may have got excited on some, fuck dark side shit, this and that, because I asked my man not to get off the fucking panel. That's one. I asked my man not to get off that damn panel. That's one. Secondly, I took an opportunity to have my little jab, this and that, because you guys get to come at everybody's religion. And I guess they either don't, they're so busy trying to defend and substantiate fairy tales. They're trying to defend, is Jesus real? Was Abraham real? Was all that old shit that they don't get on the offensive and put you on the defensive. Y'all don't know how to do the defensive. See, because you brought to a black nationalist a religious bait, and I keep telling you, I'm a mystic. Fuck the social, cultural, political implications of Islam, Christianity, or Judaism. How does it make you better as a human? How does it activate your Ashe, your magic? So that stimulant shit ain't doing nothing for y'all. Y'all behavior is terrible. Your spokesperson behavior is terrible. Stimia need to go back to the drawing board. And y'all need to develop a moral code. Thou shall not blaspheming the black goddess in the form of any black woman. Let me help you write your motherfucking 10 commandments. I got some shit for you. It might sound very
Thou shalt
Abrahamic,
not talk about people dead nephew. Can we do that?
Right.
Lord have mercy. That's the big, that's messed up. That was demonic what he said. I don't care what nobody said. Why would you say that?
It was totally disrespectful.
And you mad at me? Nigga, I can address, that's why they asked me to come up on the panel, because real life, he needed to get that off his chest, because that's fucked up. That's why I took that clip, because I never knew that he would say something like that. That's, oh my God, that's terrible.
Man, when you subscribe to sensationalism is a drug. Malcolm X was under the effect of that drug. They say you turn the cams on, even like Elijah Muhammad told Malcolm keep his mouth closed. He found a way to say some shit he shouldn't have, had been ordered not to say, but he had to get it off his chest. That's why Malcolm was a freedom lover before a code observer. He was like, fuck, I'm gonna talk about this cracker chickens coming home to roof. Fuck what my cult leader has instructed me to do. That freedom will come out of you in the weirdest ways. You'll catch Tourette's having to speak the truth when a lie is being presented. It'll burn you from within the inside unless you're just an absolute liar.
Yes, Lord.
You know what I'm saying? It will make you have Tourette's. That ain't the truth. Oh, did I say that? Damn, I'm sorry. I didn't. The nigga ain't shit. Oops, did I say that? I did not mean to blow.
Oh, they definitely had those moments, Yanga. Come on now. All the dark side come over here or come over, even over there. They start to have those moments. It started to come out, y'all. Okay.
Yeah. And that's what you have, because you, like I said, all of this is diversionary. Right now, what they're rolling on now, their momentum is on popularity. Their momentum is on longevity. They've been here for a while, and I applaud that. I salute that. I'm not trying to shake the foundation of that. If anything, I've only extended a hand of collaborating and cooperating, Ujima and Ujama, on that type of shit. Collective works and collective economics. Let's flick these YouTube numbers, this and that.
In community is cooperation is part of community.
See, exactly. So but you got to forgive me if I won't sign on to something that is full of, to me, contradictions. And when asked to discuss it, like that's why I say all the dancing and shit you do, all the inflammatory, you want to get upset, you need to get mad at Blue. That's what I'm saying. I respect you, bro. You just ride. I mean, I ain't saying switch sides. I ain't saying switch your team. I'm saying check your boys. Check your team. Because you coming after the big dogs, man. Just because we stay in our yard don't mean we ain't big dogs. We just wise dogs. We let y'all run up and down the street getting chased by the dog catcher and shit, chasing cats and all that. We watch y'all do that. We've done that. Check our history. So, go. That's your lane. However, when you what ends up happening is y'all been maybe dominating or winning a few battles and really got some momentum going. And like I said, just stepped up to some staunch black nationalists who are like, nah, that ain't gonna fly. So your boy, instead of coming up, instead of being nephew, sitting with me on the stoop, sit down, nephew, let me school you some. And us getting in an exchange of dialogue, lecture now, your boy wanna come up with the rough shot. Him come up rude man. He come out like boss man. You know what I'm saying? He coming up with the rough shot. Right. I'm like, okay, I'll let you run rough shot on my. I'm gonna let you run it on my platform. I'm gonna let you run the rough shot. Just give me an opportunity to address it. Give me an opportunity. Don't jump off the panel. See, but you can't come up. That tickles shit out, black son. But you can't come over here and do that and then want to run and expect not nobody to feel some kind of way. Fuck a coon. Like MD said, that is a very, very, very derogatory word when used in the context used, especially applied to certain people who know what it means. Know that you can downplay, you can trivialize it if you want to, Blue. Oh, you get mad because you can trivialize it if you want to. It is a very serious word, but I don't let it move me.
In a
to
pro-black
emotion.
space, yes, it is. In a pro-black
Yes,
space
and
where
they know
people
that.
talking
They know
about
that.
where
They know
people
that.
where people not speaking on uh hardcore degrading black women, degrading black men. We not standing for that. We not standing
Right.
for that type of behavior or whatever. We having discussions that's going to be, like I said, like you say, Yanga, advantageous to our
There
people.
you go.
And that's not. It's just not.
At
You
all.
know, matter of fact, I think I think it's worse than fat hoe. Like the coon word.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. I
absolutely.
think it's worse.
Absolutely.
In this because I'm just like, okay, even when we shooting out names, when you say coon, motherfucker, you gonna have to prove that. And when I pull out your talking points, you can't get mad and run. No, face motherfuckers like a man.
Yeah. But they
And
they
I don't even
can't
want
see
to face me.
right. I mean, people know if let me tell you something. These are not ignorant people. And then like MD said, for a disclaimer, I haven't heard Blue go there. I'm not, if he and I don't care what someone says, but you got to understand about me too. And I'll put this out there for all the YouTube world. I don't care what someone says behind me about me behind the scenes. I could give a fuck less. I'm not saying that Blue did. I'm not saying anyone has. Just as a general statement, I'm putting this out there. I don't give a fuck. I don't. I really, really don't. However, though, these young men, they are intelligent enough to what coon is and the implications behind calling a black nationalist or someone who is about the edification and advancement of black people. They know what they were shooting for, what they were trying to achieve, the emotions they wanted to elicit, everything they were attempting in labeling a proactive black man or woman with that very derogatory, offensive term. So, let Blue trivialize it. Let them try to play it down. It's just oh, they all in their emotions like women. This now, nigga, you got to answer these questions about a doctrine of love that is filled with hate. The exalting of a black woman when your spokesman denigrates black woman. You have to answer the blatant contradictions. But you want to ride on ego about how long y'all been around, about how many crews you destroyed, and all that other type of stuff. That don't mean nothing. If and I don't know how you did it. They must, like I said, they must have not have put you on the defensive to have to really begin to explain some stuff. What's up, Rio?
Peace. What's good, Yango?
Yeah, what's
Peace,
good,
Black Sun. Peace, Democracy, MD. What's good, man?
man? What's good, man? Just having a little recap, man. Like, I had to label this one, Rio. If you can dish it, you can take it. You know, I,
Definitely.
you
Definitely.
know, it,
Hey,
it,
Yango, I was in the car, bro, and I heard you going in. I said, I can't wait to get home. You know, you know what I'm saying? We need all branches of the military. You feel me?
feel me, right?
You feel me? Black ops. I just showed up. You could drop me off on the beach and just come back and get me. Hey, can I please
Yes,
add
yes,
in
yes.
another kill shot?
Please.
Because they need to address this. Now they say y'all. Now I want y'all to listen carefully. Whoopi Goldberg really doesn't qualify to be the face of STEMIA if STEMIA represents the dark side or supposed to be the epitome of black, of what it means to be black, right? If that's synonymous with that, Whoopi Goldberg really disqualified. Let me tell you why. Put a one in the chat if you knew that Whoopi Goldberg is not even her real name.
Damn.
Did y'all
Shit.
know that? Did hold on,
No.
time out. Did you know Whoopi Goldberg is not her real name? Her real name is Karen Johnson.
What?
Look it up.
Damn.
Her first name is CarynJohnson. Karen Johnson is her real name. And she had an interview back in. See, I've been sitting on this information, but this is the arena. So we're going to go ahead and just drop the
Okay.
nuke. We're going to go ahead and just go ahead and drop the nuke so we can go ahead and move past this. Well, back in 2011, it came out that Whoopi Goldberg, not her real name, her mom and her plotted together when she started her career to go into the movie industry because she said, I don't think that I'll be able to get that far if I keep my name as Karen Johnson. So she looked around and her mom said, Jewish people are the most prosperous. Let's change your name to Whoopi and give you a Jewish last name. Goldberg.
Wow. Damn.
Wow.
Goldberg is a Jewish name. And I dare anybody right now to just type in Google Whoopi Goldberg last name. You can prove it right now. I'm not lying to you. So if Stemia is represented by Whoopi Goldberg, then really what you're saying is that you have the image of a woman that wasn't even secure in her blackness and was willing to change her surname to identify with a group of people, and she don't even practice Judaism. And I can prove it even further because they actually have she took a DNA ancestry test in the 2000s, brothers, and her heritage came back 92% African and 8% European, but no specific indication of Jewish ancestry. And they asked her, Yanga, why did she do that? Why did she go with the Goldberg name? And she said, this is the kill shot. She says she feels like Goldberg is a part of her heritage because she feels a connection with Israel. Hold on. I thought you was trying to, it's dealt to all the Abrahamic faiths. I thought it was dealt to the Abrahamic faith. But the person that you're venerating feels a connection with that landmass, with that side of the world, with that people that are an Abrahamic people. So you need, oh man, come on, y'all.
Come on,
I'm about to send the article to Black Son so he can put it on the screen. We're not playing with y'all, man. It ain't even her real name, ladies and gentlemen. So if you ain't willing to say Stemia is the beautiful image of Karen Johnson, then we got a whole nother issue. But that's because y'all don't do research. Y'all some surface dwellers. You don't go deep enough. But that's what special ops come in at.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, do you see how real that is? I'm about to send him the article so we can put it on the screen because I need the whole world to see this, Yanga. It ain't even her real name.
Real. I'll be at the house. So yeah, I'm gonna retrieve all that when I get on the computer. So yeah, everybody, I'm gonna be at the house. I'm parking the truck right now.
I got you, bro.
I'm parking. Okay. I'll be home. Hey.
I just had to come, and he didn't need me. He was already busting the 50 crowd. I just wanted to add in.
Hey, this is what this is about. You came in with the kill shot, boy. You
kill shot, bro.
Man, I'm sitting there looking for the emoji nails in a coffin. They don't have that one, dude. I'm trying to.
Now, why they never address that, bro?
Yeah, that's happening. First of all, I don't.
They want to use the excuse like, "Oh, we using the image," and I'm like, "Do you know what she looked like now? The image. Y'all want to talk about the era, a certain era, what she looked like when she was skinny, and she before she came out as a lesbian. Like, come on now, she looks like a stud now. If you're talking about the image of Stemia, y'all should have used Serena Williams. She is a victim of transphobia in the Black community. She's not even a trans woman.
Hey,
she's been called a man time and time again.
Wasn't
but Black men had her.
What's the white man that she was in a relationship with? Was she in a relationship with this white man that did blackface?
Yeah, Whoopi Goldberg. At least Serena Williams had a long history of dating black men. before
They
she
must
switched
didn't see
over.
they must didn't see the picture of her at
Party.
that
They
Met
saw it.
Gala dinner where Ted Danson had on blackface and she was right there next to him laughing and clapping while he was doing blackface.
Yeah. Well, in there, they have addressed that. I brought that up, and they say that it isn't her this, and I had the same argument you had, Rio. If that's going to be your deity, if you're going to deify her, then her character, her life should at least exemplify what you say her image is to be. But they say that all they want is the image because she has been epitomized as or she is the epitome of ugly. You know what I'm saying? So they wanted the image of Whoopi Goldberg, you know.
That's wild.
Yeah. Which is all confusing, man. And like I said, why not? First of all, man, my thing is not only is it objectifying the women, I think that men should be careful in setting the standards of beauty. I also think that it stinks of neocolonialism. It further exacerbates colorism within our community, dark versus light, just in the reverse. And then thirdly, if you have to go that route, if you think that black people need an image to see, why can't you guys create one? I don't understand. I mean, I get it. I'm just saying, I think it's a bad look choosing Whoopi Goldberg. You know what I'm
No, it's
saying? And
really
that is
bad.
and see, and here's the whole thing. That's a decent discussion. See how we just had that discussion? You had some good questions, Rio. The problem comes in is for me is when you get upset that you think I'm blaspheming when I'm questioning you. That's where my problem comes in. That's where we divert. I don't agree with Whoopi Goldberg. I like the STEMI idea. I like uplifting black people. I like promoting a black image and all of this good stuff as being beautiful. I love all of that. But we will always divert when you push supremacy. This is the only way that's accepted. Intolerance. You can't be a Muslim, Jew, or Christian. We the Abrahamic faith killers. You bringing all this heat. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like hot shit. We the Abrahamic faith killers. And then when someone comes up and says, okay, but y'all use these Abrahamic faiths a lot, or this doesn't make sense, or you saying Tower of
Right.
Babel and that, and then you upset. I don't get
Hey,
that.
I got another deep one for you,
Talk
gangster.
to us. Talk to
We
us.
live in such a technologically advanced society right now where they got apps or even on desktop where they have programs, AI programs where all you got to do is type in the visualization and it'll generate itself.
Mhm.
That's STEM. Let STEMia create herself.
Wow.
Damn.
Man, stop giving them ideas. They gonna steal you from us. They gonna make you the grand
You
poobah.
know they're gonna run with it. I seen it on TV the other day where all you got to do is type in what you want and a AI generated image will pop up.
Man,
That's STEM.
that's
Let
still let
STEM
her create
create
herself.
herself.
Man, you just look. That's free. You can sit now. Is that free, or do they need to send you an invoice?
Cash app, cash MD20,
That's
cash app,
okay.
cash MD20.
You know. Uh, so there you have it, man. My man just threw y'all something. Allow Stimia to create itself, and this is what we're talking about. This is what the arena is, and it's a area to come and discuss that. But you guys, man, y'all something else. And like I said, Blue, I like you. I like a lot of the debaters over there. I do think that y'all letting y'all mans run wild, and y'all ain't checking your boy. And what ends up happening when dudes are gunning for your boy, y'all standing in the crowd around him, know the nigga hot boy, you liable to get shot. That's just what happens. And if he's repping your colors, repping your set, dark side, and he's repping dark side with all that weak ass shit, then somebody gonna holler out, fuck dark side. But y'all dish it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all dish it. And then y'all go to, like I said, we can debate it. I honestly believe, as dark side currently stands with its philosophy, that it is anti-black nationalism, it is anti-Pan-Africanist. I guess we can agree. We'll discuss the definition of Pan-Africanism and black nationalism. But as it stands, what I know, and Inyame asked a good question. Well, ask Yanga to explain his theory of black nationalism. And I will, but you explain to me how you explain to me how Darkseid's theory, or the way that it proselytizes its philosophy, is black nationalist. If and Inyame, I know you studied, and you will have to agree that black nationalism stands on solidarity and unity. Pan-Africanism stands on solidarity and unity of black people throughout the diaspora. Is that not a fundamental principle, brother? Is that not a fundamental principle? And do you honestly believe? That's why I said, oh, you can't be mad. That's why I said, oh, they don't believe that shit. It's sensational. It's rhetoric. It's to get clicks. And you mad because I actually was giving you guys more credit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, nah, they don't really believe that. But y'all really tried to promote and push it. Nah, I got to stand under scrutiny like y'all battling. This is what gets me, tickles me, the audacity, man. I mean, wow. Y'all really, really think big of yourself. I'm not mad at that. Shoot for the moon, young man. Shoot for the moon. You might get a star. Listen, you guys will challenge religious institutions or instituted religions that have been here for centuries with your week-old theology. Or your year-old or 2 or 3 year old theology, a loose philosophy that hasn't translated or manifested in any solid, tangible workings towards anything for the Black community. And I can't say everywhere you are. I can just say I'm in Atlanta.
Can I also say try to push it, but also trying to be secretive about it and sneaky?
I mean, I get it.
Don't you get that vibe from them?
Yeah, but it's that's part of the mystique. Like that must say, you know, like we got some secret now, you know, we dropping. Like they're very imaginative. They're very creative. The concept, the whole, you know, vibe and shit like that. Where they lose it is when they start to embrace fanaticism. You can't be a secret Masonic type of thing and then be a fanatic. You want to wave your sword and rattle your saber because someone has questioned stemia when it is full of contradiction and loopholes, especially when you out there attacking everybody else's belief. I mean, come on. So to me, it's just that simple. It has to stand up to the challenge, and we provide a platform, we provide an avenue. Come over and do it. Like I said, man, we talked about Operation Mississippi, Operation Exodus Mississippi. You didn't think that we would challenge and question what you're presenting, and so much so that even when you was over here, when all of Dark Side, not all of Dark Side, some very prominent Dark Side members were over here the other day. I fell back. There were some things that y'all said that I really wanted to challenge and jump, but I allowed Sun and MD them the pleasure of having a discourse with you. I almost tried to play your advocate and ally on certain things, though there were things, and the things that I questioned, I fell back. It's that type of thing, man. We know how to have fun and joke. Y'all don't know the line. I didn't get a chance to catch Rio's live, this and that, but some of the shit I heard said, I mean, y'all don't know the line with this shit. But y'all want us to take that as a real moral and principled movement? Come on, man. You got to be absolutely kidding me. You don't think I'll lock hands with a Black Christian or a Black Muslim or a Black Hebrew before I lock hands with someone who absolutely debases the Black woman? And this is not a knock on the homosexual community, but to me, that'd be latent homosexuality. I'm sorry, that's just me. When I find men going all in on women like that, and I'm not saying anybody's homosexual, I'm not putting that in this corner. I'm just saying that behavior is very sissified behavior.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, I want to address something, and Yame's coming, you know, with some very important points in the chat. So
I ain't even reading. What is that?
Well, he says, in this first one, he says you have to remove anti-Black ideology from the culture. Anti-African ideology within Black culture runs rapid. I agree, but you have to toe the line when it comes to African ideology and Black ideology. To me, they're two different things within the spectrum of the diaspora. That's just me. That's my opinion. Yang and may feel different. So that goes back to the Black nationalism discussion, in my opinion. What are the boundaries? What is the ideological definition of what Black nationalism is when it comes to the effect of you as an American citizen here in this country? Because that's first and foremost, because that's what you are. You can't get away from that unless you go Mad Max. That's another discussion all in itself. So, I think that's the issue that we're having when it comes to the Black nationalism discussion. Where does your role play out in terms of where you are in the world? To whoever may deem themselves a Black nationalist, within whatever said country. Define it in your reality. That's the baseline. And I think that's where we have to start to get anywhere in the discussion. That's just me.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree, bro. That's a powerful statement. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And it can't be used as no. I'm just gonna throw this in right quick. It can't be used as a clout chasing mechanism. It can't be used as the trend for today. And when something else presents itself that's a little bit more flexible to where their ideology is leaning, that seems to be a little bit more lucrative, or provides, I guess, an elevator instead of a flight of stairs to get them there a little bit quicker, that they'll switch their uniform and they'll change their helmet real quick. There's a history of that. But black nationalism, this ain't something that you can change. This wardrobe don't change when you change clothes. This skin can be modified like 2K. This not a game. Like, this either you are or you're not. And those lines where you begin to delineate between authentic and fake, for somebody who's really dedicated, like how far are you willing to go with that? Is it just to appease the people that's around you, to tickle their ears, or are you really ready? Because when the revolution, for lack of better words, if that was to really kick off tomorrow, who do I aim my gun at? The oppressor that's easily identifiable? Or do I have to make sure I have enough bullets, and I'm saying this very loosely, for those that deem me the enemy too? So not only do I have to fight the oppressor, but I also have to be wary of the person that looks like me from a skin tone, from a hue, you know what I'm saying? But they looking at me as the enemy also. Where do we draw those lines at? Because that has to be talked about. I remember I watched this lecture given by Khalid Muhammad, Dr. Muhammad, and a lady asked him in the crowd, was everybody going to be able to go with them? Will every black person be able to make it to that next phase? And he said, unfortunately, no. But what prompted him to say that? Maybe y'all, a little bit more deeper into that side of the line. But what I took from it was exactly what we're talking about right now. You have a lot of chameleon that's hiding behind that phrase, or they think it's just a tag, like you just peel it on and put some water on it and it stick to your arm like a temporary henna tattoo. But it's really deeper than that, bro. And these conversations put people in position to really prove their mettle. And up to this point, I don't think they had to expedite that process. There was no pushback. They just accepted it for what it is. But now they're getting some pushback, and now they're flailing, and now they're frantic, and now they're panicking because they see that there's a leak in the boat. Your Titanic was not as secure as you thought it was.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And it also goes back to the point. Yanga made a point a couple of weeks ago about the whole age-old discussion between black nationalism and Pan-Africanism, right? And like I said, this is where I think like this particular discussion going. So when he said that, I had to go back in my bag, and it was a book I read years ago. I talked about this earlier, Black Son, Nation Within a Nation, talking about the brother Amiri Baraka, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And within, and I'm gonna have to go back and reread that book now that this whole thing going on, because that very discussion that we have, and not in the sense of how we minimalize it here on YouTube, but that very discussion was being had at these conventions and these councils within black nationalism and Pan-Africanism, right?
Yep.
Like when they came up with the whole CAP, the Congress for African People and all. Bro, you can't, and this is my issue with it. No matter what you do, no matter where you go, no matter the group of people within the diaspora you try to communalize with, you can't escape the political aspect of the nature of the problem. You can't do it. Mad Max ain't gonna get you out of it. It's always gonna be a political aspect, and that's where I'm trying to get to. Where can we come to a compromise politically in order where I can take care of my people, which is Black Americans here in this country, and if you want to include anybody else, let's do it from a constitutional aspect based on our needs and wants within the world. If you ain't trying to do that, I ain't trying to hear what you're talking about.
Beautifully said. That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's absolutely right. Sorry about that. I couldn't agree more. But those are things to be challenged. Like I said, it sounds good philosophically. I call it a defeatist. I honestly call it a defeatist, a very fanatical, non-participation form, and outright defeatist and escapist. Listen, I get what Blue said. Blue is going somewhere with it when he's like, well, non-participation is not necessarily non-action. I didn't say that. I don't think it is an action that is, my favorite word, advantageous for us as black people. I heard Lex say, well, order is found in chaos and all of those sayings and shit, and that sound good. What does that mean? What does that mean? And then to simply
they
say,
want the war part. That's why they keep focusing on we're at war.
Absolutely.
We're at war.
Listen, let me tell you something. They worse than Hitler with that shit. When you asked about really, no, Hitler
They
got
want
rid
to
of
be the
old
black
people.
ones.
Hitler got rid of old people. He got rid of disabled children, what is more commonly referred to as retarded. He got rid of just anything that he didn't deem perfect. When you talk about this chaos, this complete chaos, what about our elderly? They like, fuck them. What about our children and women that can't fend for themselves? Fuck them. You want you know what I'm saying? I mean, you want a society of just where the strong dominate, and I get it, but there's no productivity in that. You want to go back to barbaric and archaic times where there's no productivity.
But Yanga, remember when we got him on that because we said, well, what would you would have done had you first came in contact with white people? Pro-black people, when we had our Unk hats on, and I mean we was hardcore hating white people, we talked about that shit. We said we should have killed them. That was like the radical thing to say. Your bitch ass was like, I would have traded the guns with them. Like, you pussy. Like, you not built like this. You don't got no heart, nigga. You can't even go back to the Unk hats when we was toxic with it. You feel what I'm saying?
Sick with it.
He's like, yeah, like, no. Yanga came up there. He recognized it. He said, hold on. Is he having the real conscious talking point? What we would have did had we came in contact with them motherfuckers, it should have been war every single time or whatever. Like, I mean, that's the basis of the conversation. That's the conversation they want to have. But at the end of the day, you would still do what we supposedly say that we did wrong while we in this predicament right now. But you talking about Yanga would try to go back to his Muslim white brothers and stuff like that. You would just go over guns. You wouldn't even try to make the gun.
Let me tell you something. I don't believe
as trade your black ass for one.
Right.
Okay.
Listen, let me tell you something. This is why I said I don't believe in it. If you paying your little $25, whatever, to keep StreamYarding or whatever medium you use, Zoom, if you're paying gas money, if you ate today, if your children ate today, if somebody went to school today, if you flick the light switch, if you put on clothes today that you bought from a clothing store, motherfuck that non-participation you talking about. You done participated. If you ain't set your ass, you need to be butt naked. You need to walk out of your crib and, oh, that's ridiculous. Everybody got to do it. Well, if we're talking fantastic. I keep referring everyone to this book. I mean, I'm telling you, Robert Greene owes me a check, man. I keep referring to this book, 48 Laws of Power, How to Build a Cult. Offer them your solution to the problems that you face must be super fantastic, something that will never be achieved. Thinking that 22 million or more Africans here in America. What's up, Solar? Thinking that 22 million or Africans in America will completely walk away from their lifestyle is ridiculous. It is, like I said, again, fantastic. It is not meant to be a real solution to our problem. And then it begs a different, and what it does, it divides us, and it almost makes one, I don't like classism, but it almost makes one question your station in class in life. You know what I'm saying? The people whom not working for pleasure, who work to put a shelter over their child's head. You're going to try to shame them to be out there homeless, shaking in the cold with their children? Oh, you like pleasure too much. Nigga, a roof? A roof? Call me crazy then, shit. Call me a coon. Because I like to shelter my children? Because I like to see their bellies with something in it? Because I promote and encourage education? I want them to do their homework, and guess what? They need fucking computers and lights?
Yanga,
Yeah.
you need to give up that toilet paper. You can't give up that toilet
You
paper.
need to be an itchy ass. I'm not gonna be an itchy ass.
Man, Max, man, I told you.
Eat weed out the bag, nigga. Eat weed out the bag, nigga.
I ain't doing all of that. I mean, it's like I said, man, it's fabulous. It's fantasy island. It isn't practical. It isn't something you can really put up there and expect someone to take serious. After we finish laughing at it, we're gonna be like, all right, man, what you really proposing? And he's like, that's it. It's like, I mean, okay, so you just what? Well, I would at least told everybody, like you was talking about Amari Baraka. One time he said something that he said everybody should just go sign up for welfare if you want to break the government. I would at least told everyone to do that. Everybody go sign up for welfare and food stamps. If we're gonna move.
Old Dirty Bastard did it after he went platinum.
Exactly.
So he was like, it's free money.
So if we're gonna make an action, I would at least, if I'm just gonna be completely, ridiculous in throwing a solution out there, then I'm gonna at least throw something out there, not just a complete and total fanatical non-participation, man. I just don't see how you could even not only not people participate or join in on that endeavor. I don't even see how you realistically think you could sell that. What's up, Solar, man?
Peace. What's good?
Man, you hear what we doing. We're just trying to figure it out. We quoted the Queen earlier. Make it make sense. We're trying to make it make sense. Shit.
Crazy.
Yeah. And to figure out what's the use talking about we was emotional. What's the anger about? Why are you so upset? We reserve the right as black men, if you're pushing that out there as black people, rather, to challenge it, on the grounds that you set these conditions and standards. You don't say, hey, I take Simmons serious. I appreciate it if you guys don't come after it like that, and then you practice the golden rule, do unto others as you do unto yourself. But y'all can go after institutions that have been established for centuries. Christianity, Judaism, Islam, it's been established so long, it has morphed in part of a social cultural understanding for black people here in America. I don't know about I'm not one of those Bible readers or one of those Quran studiers that I know about that I see my ethnicity in. I'm trying to tie myself to the Ishmaelites through Qadar and Muhammad, and we migrated from here. I don't care nothing about all that. Not saying it's not important. I just don't care about it. My interest in these scriptures are esoterical. They are to make me, God willing, a better human being, a better member of society, productive, that curb my temperament. Lex, I suggest you read some of them. It may help you curb your tongue. The Quran says that God hates that foul speech should be uttered in public, except for one that was wronged.
Stuck to the law.
Right. All of that shit. All that good shit. If it helps you curb your tongue, you might know a Bible verse. You might know something in the Beckavita or whatever damn GTO be to calling that stuff. I won't call it shit. I don't want to offend her. It's whatever begins to curb you and helps you to be a better human, specifically a black man and a melanated person in America. And it makes you a contributing member of that community, of that society, of, dare I say, that nation within a nation. That's my whole rant today. Like, I'm tripping that y'all were upset about this shit. Like, y'all didn't see this shit coming. Like, I'm tripping like somebody really is like questioning us or questioning them. How do you not? How is that avoidable?
Okay, so the first community post that I'm posting on SVDL, I'll post the other ones up shortly. The question is, who is the best debater on SVDL? The first four is Akasha, Rio, Blue and Black Sun. So that post is going up now. So you could go ahead and vote to see who is that best debater between those four. I'm about to post up the next four in a second.
Peace, what's good, Solar?
Peace.
I had to step
Peace,
away
peace,
for a
peace,
minute.
Beast, what's going on? Rio.
Not much. What's up, brother? I caught the tail end of what you were saying.
Yeah. So who is the best debater? Put it on a community post. Who is the best debater on SVDL? You know, it got Akasha, Rio, Blue, and Black Sun for the first four. I'm about to put the second four up right now.
That's dope, man. Appreciate it. What's up, Juju? Appreciate you, love. For sure.
Juju, what's up? So yeah, man, y'all got me doing all the talk. I just had to come on here for a minute, man. I just had to address it. I was like I said, I was shocked that when I did tune in, you know, and I think, and I could be wrong. You know what they say about assuming, making an ass of myself and the person I'm assuming of, ass of you and me. But I think I sensed like the energy, and I'm like, this young brother's really like feel some type of way. I first was like, yeah, come on, man, you gotta get over that shit. Fuck Dark Side. You know what I'm saying? Still stand on that sentiment. Motherfuck Dark Side. And I stand on it even more now. If you catching some type of feelings about it being scrutinized and challenged like you challenge everybody else, and then making a live and I ain't saying you have to make a live to address your man. I'm not saying put him out there like that. I know sometimes shit has to be handled behind closed doors in the room. You know what I'm saying? Between men, it's a respect factor, especially if you're in the same clique or family, you know, so I get that. However, we'll see. You know what I'm saying? Your man's is out of control. That's what none of y'all checking. Your man's.
What's this in reference to?
What I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I just called Glips and Pieces. Lex came on a little earlier. Was that yesterday or today, GTO? It was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yesterday. Lex came on. I don't know. I came at the tail end of Rio. Come by the way, man. Welcome to the arena, baby. I'm excited to have Rio.
For sure.
Rio came in, you know, they had a discussion. I haven't even had an opportunity to go back and catch that show. I'm definitely gonna do that. So I came in on the tail end of that. Lex popped up. You know how we do at the arena. I'm gonna let you up. That's what we do. Bring your heat, bring your thing. We have a discussion over here. So he pops up. He does classic Lex, but I ain't that dude. I ain't gonna argue with you. I'm gonna let you go. But I say Lex, let me go. You ain't gonna let me go. Just let me say. I said Lex, don't jump off the panel. I'm gonna let you go, but don't jump off the panel. So he went through his rant, then he jumps off the panel. So I began to say, and his rant was really slight slick diss. Y'all so happy to have a motherfucking woman over here. I don't even know what the hell an incel is. I keep hearing GTO say that shit. What is that, GTO? One of the babies got it. Told you.
yeah. She got She.
I love
I,
it.
it's-
No, you hear me?
oh, go ahead, because you.
No, I was going to say an incel is basically somebody that's so antisocial, and they so to themselves, and they so such introverts that they put themselves in the position to be celibate, but it's not voluntary. You know what I'm saying? It's involuntary because they don't. That's how antisocial they is. They don't get a coochie at all. But
Yeah,
it's their fault.
it's like a voluntary hatred of the opposite sex at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
I'm like, okay.
I'm trying to think. What was that dude that killed them people? God damn, what was that dude's name? He was a self-appointed incel. I forget what it. When I get the name, I'm gonna put it in the chat. Some white dude, man. It was in California, I believe, and that's when the whole like incel thing like really started the discussion. That's when it really popped off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get the name. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Okay, I had no idea. I kept hearing GTO say that, so I don't know. I don't. That damn sure isn't me. Last I checked, but nah, man. So he came up with that shit. You know, the inflammatory shit Lex is known for doing, and I didn't have a problem with that. I had a problem with not allowing me to address it, and he ran. You know, so shit, I had to say what I had to say without someone to respond back. So I just got more and more heated with it. And I screamed out, motherfuck Dark Side. I meant it then, I mean it now. And until they change, until they prove me different, I guess it'll stand in the fucking future. I'm not impressed by it. I'm not impressed by the so-called people that they've destroyed and made them change their philosophy. There was some questioning, searching motherfuckers anyway. If all you had to do was drop that, they were questioning and searching anyway. I'm glad to hear that. I pray that what you're offering them becomes productive in their life. But as it stands with your spokesman, as he's behaving, I don't see anything productive coming out of Dark Side. You guys were the premier black, I guess, nationalist, Pan-Africanist, pro-black, hardcore black thing. You going after Abrahamic faiths, anti-African, and I get that. That's the allure. That's the pull. That's what got King Kofi. That's what got Nyame. That's what got these warrior Pan-Africanists. But you have got them so ensnared and so enthralled that they're forgetting fucking African principles. Nyame, King Kofi, elders of the clan.
Shouts out to Kofi, man. We had a great discussion earlier, like real good.
Shouts out. That's what I'm doing. I'm shouting them out actually. But since I'm around their age, it's elder to elder challenging them. It's elder to elder challenging them. So I'm allowed to put a little heat, little razzmatazz in my voice because it's out of the highest form of love and respect.
Oh, shouts out to we got Al Capone in the house. Shouts out, power to the dark side, Al Capone.
Al Capone, what you think about that picture? That's your goddess celebrating blackface behind the red curtain.
Hey, Rio, it looked like Ted Danson saying praise Stimia. That's what it looked like he's saying.
That's what he doing, bro. They having the first Stimia official before they mummified her, before she went through her transfiguration. This was the ceremony. He's leading it. Like he said, you can't take it, don't dish it out, bro.
That's it. That's it. Look, I can tell you had to laugh at that.
That's exactly it. That's the new slogan. He praising Stimia. That's who everybody took out the Ted Danson. The white man is your master. That is right there.
That is. High Priest Ted Danson.
Look at y'all high priest.
Exactly, man. And you don't expect nobody to pick at that. Come on, man. Come on. Y'all know we coming at that.
There's no way around that picture, Yanga. There's no way around that picture, bro.
None. That's a nail in the coffin there. Boom.
There's no way. And then when you go further, I also sent Black Sun the corresponding articles where when she received backlash for that event, she actually defended him. She defended that. Look, that is right now. See, we thorough over here, man. She defended. Now I can't read that. You know, I don't want to have to go get no glasses, Black Sun. That's too tiny for me, bro. You might have to read it, but y'all see it right there. Or maybe we can put the links in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Your goddess, before she became deified, before she transcended, before she emerged from Dante's Inferno, when she was in her human form, she was defending your high priest, the white man. Why y'all never talk about this? Whoopi Goldberg.
No.
Yeah, this is the Associated Press. It says Whoopi Goldberg defends dancing, says critics are out of line. So, wow. Stimia, even when she was human, she's saying we out of line then too. So watch this. It say Whoopi Goldberg scolded critics who attacked her boyfriend. Oh, whoa. Whoa. So Stimia had the other white meat. They weren't talking about pork or chicken either. Huh?
Stimia down with the swirl.
Look at this. Oh, so she was a divester. Okay, cool. Whoopi Goldberg scolded critics who attacked her boyfriend, Ted Danson, for appearing in blackface at a Friars Club roast, saying they should have expected useless, vulgar humor. Oh, wow. So Oh wow, see that right there is a whole nother conversation. So blackface is considered tasteless, vulgar humor. I wonder if you agree with that. She say we were not trying to be politically correct. I quote, we were trying to be funny for ourselves. But I guess that lines up because dark side, y'all only funny to yourselves. So I guess it does have a correlation. But let's continue. She said at a news conference Sunday, Danson wore blackface makeup and huge white lips at Friday's closed door roast in New York. The cheers, hold on, go back up. No, go, whoa. Stay right there. The Cheers television star also used the N-word several times and joked about his sex life with Goldberg, and she still defended him. Hold on, do y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yanga, do you see that?
I see it.
That ain't nothing to chill about, is it? He also used the N-word several times and joked about his sex life with Goldberg, and Stemya herself still defended him. What you gonna say about that? It's okay to be out the blue, but what happens when you in the red? When you in the negative? How do you bounce out of that? Because the account is in the red right now. It's in the red right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bad.
It's looking bad.
It's looking pretty bad.
And I dare you to debate anyone. Well, Yanga, I mean, you don't. I know you ain't trying to visit that part of the zoo no more. I know you ain't trying to go that part of Neighborhood. Ain't no, but you know, over there is cryptologist. This ain't regular animal. This is Bigfoot, Sasquatch, all the Indian legends. This ain't normal stuff over there. This paranormal activity. I know you ain't going over there with Yanga at. But anybody else, MD, GTO, Black Sun, me. Do you want this Whoopi Goldberg smoke? Are you sure? Because we putting the challenge out there. Anybody in the dark side who want the Whoopi Goldberg smoke, come defend Stemya. Alcatone, everybody else that's cloud watching.
Why you say her name like that?
Y'all out there cloud surfing, run back to your to Ted Danson, the high priest, and get clearance. Sign the permission slip to come on here and play with the big boys.
Goddamn, I didn't even know it was this bad. Like we knew it was bad, but
it's bad. Look at Inyame. Now Inyame. Come on now. You know your name mean the wind god, but this one right here, you need to let this blow over. You don't want to do this one. You know your name, Inyame means something with the wind in African spirituality. But this storm, you might want to let this one pass. You don't want to crank up the turbine and produce that type of energy. Look, this too shall pass. You don't want this one, Yang. I mean, Inyame, I think you might want to just let them handle this. You don't want to jump in this right here.
So you know, me and you done had a topic for like 4 years, and every year you done found.
That's pretty. You don't want to jump in that one right there, y'all, man.
Whoa,
that's pretty hard to get around.
Oh, here we go. I didn't even see Blue on here. There you go. The spirit of Ted Danson has summoned Blue.
So this is your first year. You officially ready to debate me?
What'd you say, brother?
You officially ready to debate me this year?
Yeah, we already had one, right? We supposed to debate it. Is the Abrahamic faiths something about is it poison to the black mind or something like that? I forgot the exact wordage, but I would love the Whoopi Goldberg smoke. You want the Whoopi Goldberg debate?
What you want to? Yeah, we could do that either way.
Okay.
Stemya versus YHWH.
No, let's put it this: Whoopi Goldberg versus Karen Elaine Johnson. Which one is the real one? Did you know that was her real name?
Whoopi Goldberg. Why would we be debating Whoopi Goldberg?
Because that's your goddess. That's your effigy. That's who you venerate, right? But Blue, I got a question for you, because we can get a topic.
The veneration is Stemya. The image is Whoopi Goldberg.
So my contention is Whoopi Goldberg image.
Oh, we could debate, should Whoopi Goldberg be the image of Stemya? We could debate that.
Well, I don't think that Whoopi Goldberg's image, she's disqualified.
The psychology of black women. We could debate that. I'm just ready to debate because every year we line up a debate. At the end of the year, you want to debate with somebody else.
I know that you venerate the image of Whoopi. I'm saying Whoopi Goldberg's image disqualifies her because, I mean, do you purport? I just want to ask a question so we can be clear. You are against all Abrahamic faiths.
Tony Danza, is that a sign of self-hate?
Huh?
Is that a sign of self-hate? The fact that she's even dating him, dating outside of her race, is that a sign of self-hate?
Nah, she was smiling. It looked like she was enjoying herself.
So there's no self-hate.
I mean, she didn't seem to be. It didn't look hateful to me. It looked like she was enjoying herself.
Right. The fact that she changed her name.
Yeah, so she
changed her name.
The fact that she changed her name. So, Blue, why did she change her name to Goldberg?
No, I'm saying the fact that she changed her name shows that she had self-hate.
Nah, this is what's called an apology tour. Because up to this point, none of y'all ever said anything about her having self-hate. But because we're peeling back the scab.
That's the reason why she's the image in the first place is because she's the
you would have to identify that from her own words. See, you can't impose that on her.
Metaphor for an ugly black woman for since the color purple.
So let me ask you this, brother. Are you saying that the image of Stemya is the illumination of self-hate? So your image for progression in the black community is an image of self-hate? Isn't that counterproductive? Why you didn't choose an image
to heal? It's to heal the image. It's to heal it.
To heal what?
The self-hate that we have for those deep, dark African features.
Well,
now this is I'm gonna let Blue, because this is Blue's ideology, but I understand where Blue is coming from.
But you would have to have that in her own words. It can't be you self-imposing what you think she feel or what she think. Because everything she's saying out her own mouth, she's in direct correlation. This is her life path. She's completely fine with this activity. And you can't impose that for her. She don't have no self-hate. She's happy within the condition.
Image is used, though. She's one of the reasons why the image is used, but the image isn't because of her or the life that she lives. The image is because whenever a dark-skinned woman is in her natural being, whether it be her hair or whatever it is, automatically somebody go, "Oh, you talking to Whoopi? Oh, you walking out the house looking like Celie? Oh, bro, that's an attack on just being black in itself. You can't have that."
What's the topic, Blue? I'm down, bro. How you want to word it? I'm down. What do you want to debate? I tell you right now, she should be disqualified from being the image of Stemya based on these things, these questionable characteristics in her that she's done. The changing of her name, the boyfriend, allowing, you know what I'm saying, she working on, you know what I'm saying, all that, sleeping with the enemy that you say is the enemy, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
She's disqualified from that.
Disqualifies her, right?
Yes. From being an image of any type of deification. Yes.
I'm saying exactly the life that she lived, exactly what you saying that happened. That attack on her own self, that's exactly why she needs her image got to be venerated.
Wow.
Wow. That's deep. Okay. Well, I pass the mic, Yango, because I'm down, but I pass the mic.
Do you think you don't think that that's objectifying women? I mean, who like really? I'm kind of like what Rio is saying. I think that is overgeneralization to say that, well, she has been the epitome of ugly in the bad, because you may have what you believe is a majority. First, I don't think you've taken a consensus. I think that is objectifying. There again, men have established that. Secondly, not only is it objectifying, I agree with Rio, and we've had this discussion before, Blue, where when you're taking that, and that's what you were saying, even makes it more objectifying. But when you're taking a person like that and you're trying to deify them or deify their image and their character doesn't speak to it, I think just adds, sends out the wrong message, and then you go into
But
it.
but her character is a direct impact of self-hate.
But see, it goes
which
back
is
to what
built
Bruce.
off of her image being looked at as beneath or below the standard.
That's the
So she
objectifying
is looked
part.
at as the standard, and not only is she looked at as below the standard, her image is portrayed as the exact opposite of the standard.
And that's what I'm telling
That's
you.
an
So
attack.
but what you're doing is objectifying. That can't be scientifically or mathematically deducted. All of that is subjective. Everything
The
you just
standard
said.
of beauty in America can't be. Hold on, you saying
You
that?
can't yet. I'm saying that you haven't presented empirical data. You haven't presented scientific facts that this is the
We have the
standard of.
doll test. We literally
Okay.
have a doll test where
Oh.
where the kids sit down and the doll that they
And,
get don't look
and I
like
can that I can agree with. When
And-
you use whoopee,
and
when
they
you
and,
use
they, and not
whoopee,
only and hold on, this don't end up just being the standard for beauty. It also, when they ask them which doll is good and which doll is bad, the doll that's bad is the doll that looks like them. So not only are they automatically attributing dark and black to being ugly, but they also attributing it to being evil. And then when they looking in the mirror, they seeing themselves as being dark and black. When they go to
That I will
school,
give you.
you
That I will-
call the dark and the black people, and then you got niggas that telling you that dark and black is evil. How else is you supposed to see yourself?
because I get that.
And
That is
why
that
do
is
black
a-
women
that-
think
hold
that they
on,
need
hold
to
on,
lighten
so-
their skin?
Y'all
Why
not
do
ready
black
for
women
this.
think they need to lighten their skin?
See, that's what y'all do at Dark
The
Side.
fight
Now I
y'all
listen
in
to
is
you.
behind.
I listen
Y'all
to
still
you. I
trying to be
listen.
rock,
Look at that. That's
white
what they
as
do at
snow.
Dark Side, bruh. All of that, I'll give you that. On that, I'll give you that.
That's what we
Psychology.
do.
But what I'm saying here you go. What I'm saying is, you still are objectifying women, and you're still generalizing when you use Whoopi Goldberg. Like MD said, brother, you can let Stimula create herself. First of all, let me read objectifying for you, because I think that's where we have a problem at. The act or instance of treating a person as an object or a thing. The objectification of women in the media teaches girls that all they have to do is offer their body and face, so on and so forth. So you as a man begin first to objectify women. You reinforce the
There's
colorism
no.
that, yes, brother, if you listen, yes, you're objectifying Whoopi Goldberg. At the very least, like, I don't disagree with the philosophy of Stimula. I don't disagree with what you're doing. I disagree with, one, objectifying women, two, it being Whoopi. That is all I've ever disagreed about with Stimula. That I like where you're going with it. I've said it in previous lives. But the objectifying of women, I think that in a society we should work towards the end of machoism and chauvinism, toxic masculinity, the right for men to defy the standard of beauty, and the overall generalization of black aesthetics. We run in danger of you telling us what black
Hold
is.
on. Who sets the standard?
I mean, right now you're trying to set the standard in the reverse, aren't you?
You have to.
No, you don't have to. I disagree with
What
that.
else are you gonna do?
Say that,
So
bro.
what's the answer? Because every day your image is attacked. What's the answer?
Then when I'm saying you don't have to reinforce.
What do you have to do then?
To what? You have to
So
begin
what
to
do you
what?
do?
What's the question? Let me hear make sure I answer the question. What's the question?
What do we do? How do you reverse the issue of color? Like what you just said, of colorism. How do you
Colorism,
reverse that?
the same way that they put it in over generations. Black has to become, in America, melanated people in America have to become a unique identity. We don't set a standard for what black
Exactly.
is. If you're this dark, you're black. If you're that light, you're not close to black. You're this and that. We have to become a unique identity that celebrates and embraces the diversity of who we are as a people, because it has
Exactly.
embraced our very real struggle.
That's what we're doing now. We're doing it now.
Colorism started
doing that.
through a social standing that
Exactly.
divided us as a people. The boule,
That the
the
lighter
the
is
paper
better.
bag test, and all that. The standing
Exactly.
of our people. But that's what I'm saying. It's the social standing. It ain't got nothing to do with us as a group.
Nobody has been
Right.
trying to get their family darker. Let's stop
Wait,
fucking
wait.
playing
That
games.
didn't have nothing to do with us as a group.
No. That was the social dynamic in which we lived in. That's what we got to break.
Mm-hmm.
We could do that
But the
right here,
group,
right now.
but the Black American group created that standard. That social standard.
No, we didn't create it. We began to reinforce it like what y'all doing now. So why was it you act like we just went to that? What it was
No,
the closer to the
bro.
hold on, brother, hold on.
No, we
The closer
create
to the,
this standard
the closer
way
to the
before white
European,
people even
the
thought
closer
of
to
it.
the European you looked, the better the reward, in whether it be in job, living condition, treatment, whatever. The closer to the
But
European,
that's
to the
not just in a
oppressor,
Black
was
American
rewarded.
problem.
What you're practicing is neocolonialism. What you're
And we
what
were
you're
doing
gonna
This is
set
the
in
problem that
is the
stems in
right.
Africa.
You say what?
This is the same problem that
Because
stemmed in Africa when you
because they
look at the fall
colonized
of Africa.
Africa. They colonized
No,
Africa.
where?
They carved it up like a
How
Christmas
did
turkey.
no,
They didn't
no.
colonize Africa. Africa hadn't been colonized,
They,
brother.
no, bro. They
Okay,
sent the
okay.
missionaries into Ethiopia, and Ethiopia colonized Africa.
It's the okay. So they had what, proxies? They had
They set up a
proxies.
caste system, bro.
Okay, then they did it through proxies, through a caste system. And a
But the
caste system
caste
is what?
system was set
How
up
is a
by black
caste system
people.
operated? How is it operated? How is it enforced? Is it not
It was
enforced by
it was set
religion?
up by the
Is
black
it
people.
exact? But is
Those
it
who
not
were
enforced?
those who were lighter skinned Africans,
No,
the Habesha,
no,
the people that you see
no.
today, that they set as the standard of the Ethiopians. Those were the people who were the elite class. The Oromo tribe and the other
Okay.
tribe, well, really the Oromo and the
Say
other
they
tribes like that,
say
they
they
get
set it up.
delegated down
Say
to
they set it up.
Asian class.
So okay, say they set it up.
Uh-huh.
Isn't that an argument? Wouldn't that even be further an argument against the assimilation and homogenation into a historic cultural African perspective? If Africa began the casteism and the classes divide within us, how are you holding that lofty? So, and then this is what I want to ask. The caste system or an African ancient, see, you can't romanticize Africa. Hold on, bro. Hold on.
No,
you can't romanticize Africa and then come back and say
you can't have
Africa
that book
contributed
and talk black
to some of the worst
nationalism.
crimes. What?
That's why we're telling, because it's because, like, that's what I'm trying to tell you, that Abrahamic shit is an issue. They're tied, bro, to thinking that they have some bloodline.
The Abrahamic faith
cause
just
them to try
colonized
to get
Africa?
lighter. They have a mindset to try to get darker.
You
These people are trying to
really
get
believe that?
lighter.
You know why they were trying to get lighter blue? You would have to, and when we do our research, and I love to debate you on this. Is the color? Hold on. Here it is. Here could be the debate. Is colorism reinforced by reward and penalty? Is it reinforced? You have to understand that this colorism was reinforced by by the opportunity of better livelihood, better treatment. It was by employment.
No, it started with our rhetoric, man.
Bruh, I don't. You gonna have to let's debate it.
We use rhetoric.
It started with Islam and that curse of hand. That's where it started.
Mm-hmm. I would debate it because by the time, especially as a black nationalist, because the part of black nationalism, the primary part where black nationalism really takes a hold is on the shores of North America. I mean, no disrespect to the Pan-Africanists. I think y'all do some romantic shit. I think y'all romanticize and go back to ancient Africa and not into a modern black nationalism, and it's easy to duck and dodge behind that. But I would challenge, especially colorism over here in America, where it being reinforced or penalized. And also, we can go, I don't debate religion, but I would also go into a debate, a semi-debate, or a whole debate, whether or not we begin to adapt synchronization. If we can take other faiths and have the African understanding synchronized into another faith, because you would have to debate me Haitian voodoo all day. You would have to debate me that there is no power in Haitian voodoo, and that's social, cultural, and political. I ain't even talking about Ajay. You know what I'm saying? Just from what they shook off. Yeah, and I will show you key proponents in the revolution of Haiti's Bookman being one, use some of the aspects and elements of Abrahamic faith to inspire fuel that revolution.
To mask what they had going on. It wasn't used because that's what they wanted to do. That was the way to keep the tradition alive. They don't think we did.
What do you think we did? What do you think we did? We did the
No,
same thing.
I don't have a problem with
in the
synchronization.
Negro in the Negro rituals. So what's the problem? But what you're trying to do when you say we don't need that anymore is disconnect. This is why I have a problem with this Pan-Africanist stuff a lot of times, because it's like if y'all really undercover abos, y'all try to get rid of our whole connection to this atrocity called slavery. And the evolution and the involvement of melanated people, Black African people in America. I don't go.
Wait a minute, Pan-Africans are trying to get rid of
and where the colorism started there.
Pan-Africans are trying to get rid of
Colorism started in slavery. That was the inception of it. I'm talking about it now in America.
Yeah.
Wait, what about it?
I was just saying the inception of it. I get that. That's cool. I'm not saying they weren't African. I'm just telling you, you can't take away that these people that were born into colorism, they didn't have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it all started. But in our reality, when it comes to America.
No, because
no. During slavery time, no. But the colorism went way past slavery.
I understand it went way past slavery. I'm talking about our reality here in America.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about.
Exactly. Our reality here, colorism was enforced or penalized. That's how it was largely promoted and enforced. You was rewarded or penalized according to your proximity to Africa and blackness. It wasn't just a natural phenomena that occurred in ourselves, and to take and that's what just gets me. It wasn't just a natural phenomena. And so to masquerade neocolonialism as an exercise in getting us back to appreciating blackism, I don't see it being substantial. I don't even see the reality in that. It's reverse colorism, bruh, all day.
Oh, now you start right. You starting to sound like an Anglo-American. Reverse colorism, reverse racism. How is it reverse colorism when we saying, look, black women who has the DQ and the look of a Whoopi Goldberg has been ignored. She's been ignored. She hasn't been put on the front of the magazine. She haven't been made Miss America. It's been the woman who also.
Oh, you breaking up, y'all, man.
Yeah, and y'all cutting out.
Yup, you cutting out.
Yeah, I don't hear nothing.
Yeah.
But
to y'all made his point.
Instead, she's been attacked. Like that image of what that looks like has been attacked. So when you look at it and you wonder why there's certain issues that come around with people and self-hate and what's going, because when you look at what's going on in the community, it ain't it's really niggas don't like themselves.
I agree with that.
So when you walk out and you see your reflection, this is how you react to it.
So
and that's like the real issue.
I agree with that. So 100 years down the line, light-complected, little light-skinned girls shouldn't like themselves. They won't be the standard. But that's where that goes. That's where colorism goes. That's like giving fire to children.
I'm giving fire to children. They just can't be the standard no more, bro. Until we're here, they can't be the standard.
We can't use.
There is no standard in beauty. Exactly. Like you like what you like. Especially black folks. There ain't no standard in beauty when it comes to black folks.
There is a standard. We tell that to black women all the time. We tell that to each other all the time.
I think that's an overgeneralization.
And when you see what goes on subconsciously, that ain't what it's showing.
I guess it's. I'm gonna tell you why. I guess why it's hard for me to accept. Maybe I'm personalizing it. I guess it's hard for me to accept. Like I said, follow me on Facebook and Instagram. You will see my flavor. So I guess it's hard for me to accept that someone would call that ugly and to be lumped in. It's such generalization that is just. I mean, it's too large for me. For us to objectify.
How is that hard to accept?
Because
it's hard for me to accept that people think dark skin is ugly.
No. That's not hard to accept. I understand that people have that preference. People have.
Okay, what about wide?
It's hard to me accept.
What about black dark skin with a wide nose?
No, I can accept that. But you know what? Can you accept that people find light skin, green eyes, and straight hair ugly? You find that hard to believe that people find light-skinned people ugly? I'll be sure ass.
No,
niggas ugly?
I mean, I'm quite sure that they're black. I
Then
mean,
what are you
yeah,
saying?
with
So
the
would
majority,
black people
with the
have a right?
majority,
I
with the
don't know.
with
I
the
haven't
majority,
done.
I literally had to kick a nigga off my panel over that. Over
Man, I don't know. I remember
over
when
making
Wesley
comments
Snipes
that
came in. When Wesley Snipes came in, they say black was it. I don't know. Black people are fickle. I don't know. Can you? What I'm saying, the danger is monolithic thinking and overgeneralization. When you begin to set standards for free people, you run in danger, brother. Why do away
black
with?
people are a monolith.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. We can debate that
You
too.
sure?
Yeah, ain't
Yeah,
no way in
I
hell. Especially
disagree
not
with
black
that.
Americans.
Not,
You
and that's what
sure
I
about
talk.
that?
When we say black, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yep. I'm talking about
So
black
black
Americans.
people are
Yeah.
a monolith.
I don't believe black Americans. I know.
Who would Kanye West apologizing to?
I don't know. I honestly, and I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I didn't keep up with that.
He was
Sincerely,
apologizing to black people.
so that what? And you say that to say what?
You
all
don't think
black
that's
people
an issue?
was all black people mad at him? Kanye apologized to black people. No disrespect, Blue, probably because he thought like you thought. He overgeneralized us. Some of us actually didn't give a fuck. He didn't apologize to me.
Okay.
That's what I mean. We're not a monolith.
And so you're saying black people are the monolith.
Yes.
So I'm willing to do that. Whether it's vote, I'll go ahead and lay it out. Whether it's in voting, matter of fact, mainly with how we vote and how we worship, we are a monolith.
Okay. I so disagree. I mean, just the diversity in our worship. We'd have to define monolith. The diversity in our worship. The diversity in our
And who's
religious
worship?
practice. Black people's
And
worship.
black people's practice?
Yeah, you got people that practice E5, voodoo, Islam, Christianity. We damn sure not a monolith.
We don't even worship the same, Blue. So how can we be a monolith? We don't even worship the same on this panel.
Even within Christianity, if you're gonna try to use Christianity as the main focal point, even within Christianity, we don't worship the same.
Come on, bro. That's a losing debate, bro. Because we don't even worship the same, and we black right now. One person is an atheist, one person do Islam, one person is a Christian. Now, how is all that example of being monolithic?
We're
How?
a loud minority, though.
We're
I
who?
think I think we look at ourselves a little bit. It's easy because we done got used to being around each other, but this ain't normal. Most people are getting ready to get dressed and go to fucking church on Easter Sunday. They're getting ready to get their Easter
Not
day.
most people. That's generalization, Blue.
They finna have most niggas. Where, if you want to find black people on Easter, where are black people gonna be at?
At home.
Exactly. That's why I say you
No,
don't.
stop,
Blue,
man.
you
It's gotta be
listen,
stop, man.
What was you? Was you at church on Easter, Blue?
1% of the black people ain't gonna be at church.
Blue, was you on? Blue, was you at church on Easter?
No.
Hell nah. I ain't.
All right then, debate over.
Okay.
That's me though.
Okay, and
That's
you know,
me though.
Blue, your perspective is warped just by proximity. I grew up a Muslim.
The majority.
So wait a minute, hold on, hear me out. I grew up a Muslim. I grew up in a Muslim community, so I could make the same argument. I could make the same argument every Friday. On Friday, everybody gonna be at Jumu'ah because I grew up in that type of community, and everybody I saw on Friday was at Jumu'ah.
That's like 12 Muslim communities, man, in America, bro.
Are you for real?
Like when they
have you ever been to Denver,
Like,
Michigan?
you can't do that.
Have you ever been to
come
Denver,
on,
Michigan?
bro.
Come on, bro. You ain't never been out of wherever
You
you
gotta-
from, bro. Talking
You
like
gotta
that.
take me all the
You
way
never
to
been out of where you from,
Dearborn,
talking
bro.
like
Come
that.
on, man.
Come on,
You
man.
gotta take me
even
all
if
the
you
way out to Dearborn, bro. Like,
Dearborn,
to
I'm talking
find
about. I don't know where you at. Where
majority-
you at? I don't know where you at. I'm guaranteeing you, it's
I'm
probably
right
unless you in Bible
here
Belt
in
South.
Alabama.
Yeah, you in
That's what
Bible
I'm
Belt
saying. I'm right
South.
here in Alabama.
So to my
Yeah.
point, your perspective is warped. You think all black people live in Alabama? You think the majority of black people in Alabama, majority of black people be on church on Sunday?
Even
in Alabama.
Even no matter what, even when I was even living in
Man, let me
California,
tell you
niggas
something.
was at church. Niggas
Let
got
me
their
tell you
church
something. I
jacket,
lived up in I lived up in
and they was in
Cleveland.
church on Sunday.
I lived in Cleveland.
Well,
I lived upstate, and I'm gonna be honest. Where I lived at in Cleveland, a Christian was a rarity. When I was coming up, a Christian was a rarity. All my partners was Ali, da da da. If you came out there and you went to church on a Sunday, you might get clowned because that's just what we came up in. Islam was the black nationalist religion. They wasn't even religious brothers. They said a lot. They
See what I'm
said
saying?
they'll say exactly.
So,
Yes,
so you saying that? I mean, like you. That's what I'm
that's
saying.
my
The
that's my
majority of
point.
black people ain't thinking about black nationalism.
That's
That's a
they
minority.
that. Well, where I'm from, Cleveland is the black nationalist state. That was the majority to me. When you say minority, your perspective is what you're talking from Alabama, bro. Bible Belt South. Come on, I get what you're
but
saying.
that's the thing though, Yanga. If you're gonna use Alabama as the example, even from a spiritual aspect, if we're talking about Easter Sunday, y'all made that as an example. Bro, a lot of them people, that's the only day they go to church. It's a cultural thing. You've got to take the religion
I
aspect out.
know.
So why
It's
are you jumping on the
it's
spirit?
embedded in the culture.
Is it? I agree. It's embedded in the culture. You ain't gonna be able to take it away. Point blank. Period.
And
Absolutely.
a bigger question is, I want to ask Blue, is being monolithic a one-time event, or is it something that's continual?
That's a hell of a question.
I think
Because his position make it seem like it's a one-time event, and I don't think that's going to stand up under scrutiny.
I think we can see it play out. I think it's on multiple phases. I think when it comes down to us voting, we vote the same. And when it comes down to like our values, the majority of it, we hold the same values. So it's like, and which is why
we vote the same values,
black
voting
people
Democratic.
vote the same.
Yeah.
It's because of our values.
That's an oxymoron. We
You-
vote
go
the same,
ahead.
yes, but we vote the same on the values. No, we know what values the Democrats hold. We gatekeep it because it's a civil matter. That's the only reason that we vote the same. We gatekeeping the culture. We gatekeeping civil rights for other people. That's the issue at the end of the day from a political standpoint. So you're right. We do vote the same, but we don't vote the same on the values. Hell no.
So my question is, can we get a definition of Can we get a definition of monolithic? Let me look it up. Because we're using this word, and then I keep hearing majority. Does majority mean monolithic?
No.
You know, I need to look up monolithic because you may think you see the majority, and then I would even question that without a scientific statistic. But because you think you see the majority, that doesn't make it monolithic, to my understanding. And I'm gonna look the word up, and I'm gonna fall back. And I think that's what we're understanding, that you know we are not a monolithic people, and a doctrine of the way that we push the diet, if it isn't the doctrine of solidarity, it's not going to work. And I dare say, Inyame, he jumped off. I dare say, Inyame, Pan-Africanist, that if it, addressing you, brother, if it isn't solidarity and unity, then I question how sincerely or deeply Pan-African it is. If it isn't embracing Africans all throughout the diaspora. So once you knock the Abrahamic faiths over in America, which are going to spread to Haiti and to Cuba where Santeria is, and to other places, how's that work in a Pan-Africanist scale? Without the philosophy of tolerance. And I'm gonna fall back and look for we lost the brother. Yeah, man. Nah. I mean, he makes some interesting points that just not gonna stand up. One, we're not a monolithic people. I think that we proved that. Majority doesn't, even if I question it being the majority. But okay, since we don't have any scientific data to prove either way, either or, I still say through definition, majority is not synonymous with monolithic. That's one. Secondly, I send a challenge out that if not Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism, one of the key principles is unity and solidarity. And destroying Abrahamic faiths, as Blue so readily admitted, is interwoven into our culture. Like MD said, most people go to church on Easter and Christmas because it's interwoven in our culture. And like I said, I question the majority, but I don't know. I grew up a Muslim, so everybody around me was doing it'll fit the, you know what I'm saying? There was some Islamic stuff going on. I thought that was the majority of the world. When I went and lived with my mother, I still didn't see Christendom. I saw street shit. I moved to Atlanta and saw some other shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, was niggerism or thugging the majority of the world? I mean, you know, that can be debated. But nonetheless, majority is not monolithic.
Hey, Yanga, he used the term monolithic in the terms of voting, right?
Yes.
So we vote Democrat 82%. Is that a monolith?
See, I knew that. I didn't want to bring up the black Republicans, whom Black Sun is a member of.
Right, and I voted Republican. But
Okay.
with that being said, my
family are Republicans. Yeah.
Right, but with that being said, take this in consideration. Out of that 82%, as a majority of us as black people, only 51% voted at all.
Exactly. There's nothing monolithic about the African in America. What we have to be careful of is, this is where, you know, the division, where the war has always come in between black nationalists and Pan-Africanists. This is where the division has always come in. It's unavoidable. We be working well together with the Pan-Africanists until it comes to the complete exclusion of our development and evolution here in America. There's no way around that colorism and reverse colorism. You know what I'm saying? Light-complected women or little girls shouldn't be made to feel that they don't measure up to the standard of black beauty. I mean, are we listening to what we're promoting? I mean, it sounds fly. The fight is noble. The fight is noble to erase the negative images associated with Africa and things black. I get that the fight is noble, but the fight is not to do it in a neo-colonialist form, not to begin to elevate one shade of us over the other, not to raise the standard or change the standard in a reverse to the exclusion of light-complected people, like they had a say in that. To me, my answer, and I think I did get a chance to get it out, is an all-inclusatory thing of beauty, man, that we still are, that every individual is allowed to define aesthetics as they see it. That we stop the reward system. You know what I'm saying? That when we get a place, a media station, or a place that we hire someone, we hire black people on their talents and their merits. What you're about to do now is reverse discrimination. You got a qualified light-complected sister, and you got a qualified, or maybe even slightly underqualified by a smidget, dark-complected sister. So in your effort to promote this image of beauty and standard, you're willing to flirt with discrimination. I'm telling you, neo-colonialism is not the answer.
He's going from the brown paper bag test to the black fit coat. Right. Yeah, the hefty bag. To the hefty bag test. Like, bro.
Right.
Like,
if you
come on,
in the hefty bag, right. Right. I mean, and what gets me is because our intentions be sincere and pure, but we get so caught up in the emotionalism of it that it begins to make sense to us because it feels good to our emotions. But if we stop and think about it like I'm Holland brother, that's reverse colorism. I get what Inyame says. You sound like the Anglo-Saxon. How? Because that's reverse racism. That I can't because I'm a black man. You know what I'm saying? And don't make me get personal. I want a question, make me want to see some of these wives. That's why I keep saying, follow me on Instagram. Follow me on YouTube. Facebook. Look at my pictures. Son, and see, y'all done heard my woman talked about. Fat black bitch. Y'all done heard it all, the slander. So I'm offended that when you keep saying Whoopi Goldberg is the epitome of ugly. To who? To who? That is objectification if I've ever heard it. How dare you take this woman's image and say this is what everybody calls ugly? It's generalization and it's objectifying. We have to move. It is neo-colonialism. Why don't we see that? That's what just gets me. And then y'all, man, come on, bro. Come on, bro. I mean, I get what you're trying to do, bro, but come on, you don't see the dangers in what you're doing.
Right. And then Yame was trying to put everything. We can only look at things from our lens, right? Yeah, you can go back and look at the past from a view of historical record when it comes to our people. You can do that, cool. But our reality states that colorism was started through slavery.
Yes.
That's a known fact. He tried to bring it past slavery. So now are you saying so that when Africans got off the boat, were they flipping their nose up at lighter skinned Africans off the boat?
Don't put me
Like, what
nappy
are we
here,
talking
boss.
about?
His head nappy.
Yeah, like what are we talking about here?
Yeah. Exactly. Colorism, that's where it started. When they start, like you said, the dividing and the penalty and reward. And that's the other thing. That's how you do it. You take away the penalty and reward system. You judge people on their marriage. You embrace the diversity. Quit trying to make us monolithic. Quit trying to make us all chocolate drops, which I love. But that's not gonna be a reality for the melanated person, the black African here in America, whose bloodline is more, and I hate to be derogatory, more mutt than anything. Celebrated. Every other nationality.
That's us as a people.
As a people. Every other
GMO.
people, there you go. Genetically modified. GMP, genetically modified people. But every other people embrace that. The Afro-Cuban. I go up, like I said, follow me on Instagram. You'll see me teaching at New York State's Puerto Rican Student Union. Afro-Puerto Rican Student Union. And it was very interesting. I had a chance to deal with it. I found out there were Puerto Ricans who don't, who say they haven't mixed with the African slaves. They're just, I forget the Indians, Taninzo or something, and Spaniards. Then you got the Afro-Puerto Rican that say that the native, the indigenous people, the Spaniards and the Africans. And they have embraced that, and they have embraced the culture of it. And these are the people that really gave us a lot of the breaking moves and got embraced. They embraced it, and they recognize themselves as Afro-Puerto Ricans, the West Indians, the Jamaicans. All these people do that.
Yeah, the Morenos and all them.
And
right, and that's the thing. So then you would have to say, okay, so this concept of colorism in the modern term, where did it really come from? Because we understand that diaspora look at colorism different ways. You just explained that, Yanga. So at the end of the day, where did the colorism in modern term come from? You know where it came from. It came from us.
Yep.
You know where it came from.
Absolutely. And I get it, Juju. You know, you might think it's beautiful. I get it. I'm not sitting there playing naive. You might think it's beautiful, but a lot of our people, I get it. Because like I said, there again, it goes back to me, the penalty and reward thing. Light complected, light, bright, damn near white, got the best positions, whether it was house position or the position on the news. They're portrayed in the media, so they're portrayed as beautiful and stuff like that. I get it. I'm not.
Yanga, I mean, I understand it, but I like what MD said when he said, let the image of Simia, let us create the image of Simia as black women, because that's what's more important. Hold on, y'all.
Yeah, but yeah, I was just talking about in the terms of technology today. Like I said, Stimia can actually create itself, but the person that needs to input the information needs to be another black woman. Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with that. If your intent is to make the image of Stimia in a black woman, I would think that a black woman should be involved in it. I would think.
Calling her ugly anyway. He got to keep calling her ugly when he described it. When he described it, and that's what I think. That's what Yanga mean when he say, is degrading to her.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, let us do it, because it's gonna be in back and forth. Because Juju was sitting up, me and Juju, we were saying, it should be Serena Williams or it should be Lupita, and it's just like, I can name an image of putting images of black women that's darker than her, who features are bigger than hers was. You find what I'm saying? That I feel like those features are more so hated amongst white people. Why don't you put those women on a pedestal? Ones that don't have a history of being with a white man that was in blackface. The variety. Why don't you make it a variety of dark skinned women? What's the issue with that? Why is you so stuck on her? Because she's not the only one that dealt with colorism.
Right. That's the objectifying part that to me, and I'll keep reiterating that men have decided what the epitome of ugly is. You know, I get what you're saying. And you may feel like I'm out of touch. I don't, brother. I just really feel like, and no disrespect to Pan-Africanism, I feel like you guys are out of touch. I feel like that y'all romanticize Africa. You go back to a pre-colonized Africa. You're calling to a cultural understanding of Africa that really is not contemporary, not realistic, and not practical. And you guys discuss Africa without discussing the real problem of the melanated person here in America. And the solutions you have for our problem, our cultural, social problem, is neocolonialism. I mean, you're not addressing the political, economic problem, but we're addressing the social, cultural problem of the, since we were talking about that, of the image of the black woman. And you want to practice, you want your solution, you want it to be neocolonialism, reverse colorism. You may call it Anglo-Saxon or whatever, but I have a light complected son who is black. You know what I'm saying? You ever see Spook Who Sat by the Door? And remember the white one, the one that looks white that they used to sit in, and they was like, we need you to play a white boy. And at first he didn't want to play it, but he said some deep shit. He was like, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? He was like, you want to play a white boy, but I'll probably be murdered by a pig who knows I'm more black than you. So while we sitting there standing these standards of black beauty and things like that, our little light complected people are still being in trouble of everything from the extreme of being murdered to being discriminated against because they're black. How dare you start saying what we're doing is setting the standard of blackness all over again, even adding aesthetics to it like the white man did. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm anti-neocolonialism. That's just my thing. I don't support, there go Inyame. I don't support neocolonialism, Inyame.
I don't understand what you mean, neocolonialism.
Like, okay, neocolonialism is basically doing what the oppressor did. I call it blackface and blackface in white place. Hold on, you know what? Let's do this. Neocolonialism. What is an example of neocolonialism? The representative example of Euro neocolonialism, the French African Constitution. Let's see. Neocolonial. The use of economic.
Barack Obama was a neocolonial.
Okay.
Barack Obama.
Okay, there you go. There you go. I can go for that. I can go for that. And I risk the same thing happening under the skies of black nationalism, Pan-Africanism. You don't think it's dangerous to begin to set the standards for the definition of black, even in aesthetics, even in beauty? What is black? What is pure black? What is beautiful and this and that? You don't think I understand what you're attempting to do. I question the method. You don't think that that's dangerous?
All right.
No.
Oh, my bad. I'm just showing my face because the last thing I need is for fucking Black Son to say I'm scared of anything. But I don't want to interrupt y'all, Bill, but I'm not going to stay around. You know, I'm listening in the back, but I ain't going to stay around to wait for nothing. So I'm going to go back on mute. MD, you wanted me. I'm here.
I got you, man. I appreciate it. By the way, welcome to Champions Corner, because it's pretty much Champions Corner right now. So we done rolled into the show.
Actually, Yanga and Yame, this is actually an interesting discussion. I think you guys should hear this discussion out, man. Especially you and Yami being a Pan-Africanist. So you want to which one guys want to introduce it, man? I'm the moderator today.
No, I don't want to interrupt what they were saying because I think
let's let Yami finish up, man, and we'll roll into it. We'll roll into it.
Okay. Yame? Yanga?
Oh, I thought Inyame was saying something.
Oh, go ahead. My bad. Yeah, sorry, Yame.
Yeah, guys,
He's breaking up. Okay, he's breaking up a little bit.
Yeah.
I agree, Juju, but Juju, that's neocolonial. That's what we're talking about, neocolonialism. when you do what the oppressor has done. It's just new neo means new colonialism and it's new colonialism. It's you. We're saying that colonialism doesn't work. What the oppressor has done has clearly shown not to work. And we know that if we do it in the reverse, it won't work because it sets up a caste system and a class system. Just because you reverse it doesn't mean it's just operating in the reverse. Yeah, some people may enjoy it in the process. You may get a few people enjoy it in the process, but when the process, y'all need to talk to King Noble. See, y'all playing. King Noble will make it clear about this black supremacy. King Noble will straighten y'all up. All of y'all screaming this now, especially y'all light complected people. Y'all be thinking differently. It sounds cute and cool now, but the social, you already know, son. You know what I'm saying? Yanga, sir, get your light ass in that field, yeah, sir. You know, hey man. So it's the social, cultural ramifications this can have, the destroying image, just like Blue so adequately brought out, and I thought was dope. The doll test that I look for when you're talking about strategies and tactics and advancement for black people, we look at posterity too. We don't just look at the immediate now. We look at the future and the ramifications between reverse classism or neocolonialism on this scale of setting the standard for beauty and objectifying Whoopi Goldberg could be disastrous. When you look at 50 to 100 years down the line, what happens when the light complected child points out the light doll is ugly and the black doll is righteous? Oh, then we've arrived. Yeah, but now you still created a caste system and a class system. The only thing you've done is just reverse it. The Hutus and the Tutus. Study the motherfucking uprising in Rwanda. They didn't fall out into the
that's what we're talking about.
Out.
That's what we're talking about. That we can't move forward until we deal with some of the healing that needs to take place within our culture. That has to take place first.
So how do we heal?
Create?
Right, but how do we heal? By reversing the standards of beauty. How is that healing? Doesn't that eventually create a caste system or a class system? Doesn't that mean someone, if she's the highest standard of beauty in blackism, doesn't that mean that there's a lower or lesser stance or standard of beauty? Is that what that means?
I don't see it as being a lesser. Let's say this is what Blue and Lex was saying, that we're gonna celebrate and venerate science, technology, engineering, mathematics. We're gonna make that the highest religion.
Mm-hmm.
And the image of STEMia is gonna be Whoopi Goldberg.
Okay.
So that's the point they was coming from. Now the whole thing, that the whole society, if you don't have this image, you're not beautiful. I mean, that's a deeper philosophical view of that belief system that I don't really get into, because I just saw it as them.
You don't think that should be explored?
I mean, they can. If they want to debate that, they can. If you guys want to challenge them on that, I see that. But I do see where the dark skin, the everyday round-the-way girl, everyday round-the-way girl, she needs her day. She hasn't had her day. The Serena Williams, when they were saying this woman, this beautiful black woman looked like a gorilla or looked like a man, and she looked like the everyday round-the-way black girl.
Fine as all you want to believe. Lord have mercy. Exactly. But I agree
she would never win an American pageant, American beauty pageant.
Absolutely. And I don't think any of us are disagreeing with that. But why are you changing? I think y'all too worried about changing the image of America. She'll never win American beauty pageant. So what? We have a black American beauty pageant. That the requirements and the standards are different. If women want to, and to me that's objectification too.
Right, but that's what we're saying. That even in the black American standard is the same as the white American standard.
Okay. I mean, I won't disagree with that. What I'm saying, my argument will be and always is is that neocolonialism and this neocolonialism in this form, to me, which is reverse colorism, isn't the answer. Changing the standard isn't the answer. My thing is remove the standard for black beauty. What is defined as black beauty? Like we define black. A lot of times I get in those discussions, what is black? So and so listen to rock music, so that ain't black. You know, that's just what this smells like, what this is. And then let me address my man Al Capone, baby Yakub over here. No, Al Capone, then we ain't gonna have no theory of the grafted pale devil. We're not gonna start genetically manipulating people. We're gonna allow people to mate with whom they want to mate with. If a brother likes it, that's the beauty of being black American. You can like what you want to like. I don't think you should be penalized. Like, I have my taste, but I'm not mad at my brother if he likes something light complected. I'm not mad at him. That's his flavor. You know what I'm saying? That's my biggest thing, man. I don't get it. You know.
Hey, and Yame, let me ask you a quick question. So we understand that we're only dealing with the image of Whoopi Goldberg, nothing else, no impartiality. We're just dealing with the image itself.
Right.
Based off of a central image, should black women, black girls aspire to be that image?
No. Because I'm a man. I love the modern diversity of black women. One day they might have an afro, the next day they might have locks, or if they go into a ball, they might straighten their hair. But they have the choice to do that. I love what black women have today. Like when I was coming up, it was Jerry curls and perms. I was sporting a Jerry curl at one time. I wouldn't admit it.
I know if you from California, I know you did.
Yeah. But I'm not saying that women should inspire to look like Whoopi. It wasn't Whoopi Goldberg when I was coming up, but for Blue, I got kids Blue's age. It was Whoopi girl. Oh man, that girl looked like Whoopi Goldberg. Well, what's wrong with looking like Whoopi Goldberg? And my day was Florida Evans.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you, oh yeah, that girl looked like Florida Evans. What's wrong with the way Florida Evans look? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why do we make our images the ugliest images in our own community?
We've been trained to do that, though.
Yeah, I understand.
That's what I mean. So we don't do it in reverse. We've been trained to do
that.
No,
so we challenge that's in us. We challenge it. You got to challenge that's within us.
Absolutely. So you challenge it how? So you're saying challenging it by putting Whoopi Goldberg up there for shock value or something? What if people don't deem, like, I think when we do that, we overgeneralize. I get it takes too long to explain the message. I think not only do we overgeneralize, we're in danger of setting the standard. That's what I mean by neocolonialism. We begin to set the standard for black beauty. We begin, which opens the door for setting the standard for what is black and what isn't black.
I feel right now, if we say anything, if we would have said anything, anybody, somebody's, well, why you didn't do it like this? Why you didn't do it like that?
I got a thing, because my thing was, why you gotta have an image? So you're right. Somebody's gonna say, you're right.
Right. Like everybody was saying, how about Serena Williams? How about Lupita? How about this one? That's not the point. See, you're naming these black women who don't usually get, and I find them all beautiful, but I also find Beyonce beautiful. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying Beyonce is not beautiful, and that's a strong black woman. I'm not saying that.
Right. But she's penalized because she's light skinned, though. You can't mention her because she's light skinned.
Right. And to the issue, to the issue of the neocolonialism question, just the fact that it's an image alone, and this is going to be the instilled image throughout. It ain't going to change just from a subconscious level.
Right.
You know what I mean? You can equate that to just like Jesus. How grandma got white Jesus up on the wall in the kitchen.
Thank you.
See, it maybe wasn't the intention to do that, but the fact remains, because that's the permanent image. That's what's going to be instilled in the subconscious of little black girls and black women. That's going to be the standard. Mm-hmm. That's where I think Yang is coming from.
That's my point. It has the potential to isolate, alienate, push an inferior subconscious in the reverse on little light-skinned girls, and you say, so what? Y'all been the standard of beauty. White man been held you up. Now it's your time to be on the bottom. I mean, how do you justify that? How do you tell your little girl, you gotta-
I really do see that. I really do see that. I can hear black women saying it now. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I do hear black women say, "Why y'all always talking about the light skinned girl? Why y'all always promoting that? The roundaway girl gets no play in black circles."
Oh, I get it. So y'all got y'all cape on.
Well, here we go.
I would even go far as to say, hell, in a couple of generations, hell, even the light skinned girl might be obsolete through the biracial chick at this point.
Man, I mean,
I think so. I think so too.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
But what I hope is that won't be a thing. Humanity will be a thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to contribute to that in ya, man. I mean, like I said, man, you know, this doesn't smell of like neocolonialism to you, and I know y'all about sick of hearing that fucking word. I'm sick of using it. But I mean, we really have to think about that. And that's the only thing that we're putting out there. Like, as black people, we're looking out for posterity. You know, our children's children. How does this translate for future generations? It's like reparations. You know what I'm saying? How does this translate for future generations? And I think it's a bad look. I think we begin to do the opposite of reverse of what's been done, at the risk of there again alienating, isolating, and even subconsciously planting the seeds of inferiority in lighter complected children, instead of embracing the uniqueness and the diversity of America. If you want to, like, really honestly too, you don't even have to go that far, man. Most light complected, when you look in the 60s and the 70s, I was coming up. Most
come here real quick.
like Angela Davis and Malcolm X. A lot of these light complected people went harder than a lot of the darker people. And why? Because
this is the complexion that I love.
Let me see.
You know what? Get out of here. Get out of here with all
this.
This
is my complexion, my queen, my brown skin queen.
I got you.
Look at that. He can get all kinds of
your black American queen.
He must be putting an extra biscuit on your plate. She just loved that. All right, sister.
Yeah.
He got the extra biscuit.
I gotta hear. How come you don't treat me like Trevor treat his wife?
Exactly. He got everybody in trouble.
She bought that Negro an extra oxtail this evening,
exactly. You go ahead on with that trouble. You got all us in trouble with that.
Yeah.
All women gonna be making cameos. And
when y'all gonna let me in?
I'm about to go put mine on the cameo right now, because you ain't about to one up me.
Let me see.
I wish you would come on camera so everybody could see.
I'm gonna take the risk.
Because for some reason, these YouTube niggas think that I'm like, I don't have a bomb ass wife. They think all I do is watch wrestling. so, I mean,
hey, just let them keep imagining, man. That's all you got to do.
I mean, I don't get it.
They gonna suffer in their imagination, bro.
Yeah, you can go to my personal page and see what she look like. Oh God! Now everybody wants to.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. I gotta go real quick.
That's gracious. Hey, y'all.
What's up?
My ex-wife, my first. Is somebody talking?
No, my bad. Let me mute that.
Okay, my first ex-wife, a beautiful young girl. Her mother gave her natural hair this is back in the 80s, and she went to school with her natural hair, and I mean they teased her bad, and they called her Florida Evans.
Mm-hmm.
And even to this day, you can't say nothing about her hair because it was such a devastating moment in her life that she wore her natural hair. Never bald-headed, nappy-headed, all those names you can name. She still lived that moment. And she went to an all-black school. So the question is, why in an all-black school are you being attacked for your natural look? From your natural African DNA. why we have to look like somebody else. So the black woman, her natural self has been rejected.
Absolutely.
And it's only been recently have we, and I'll say the last 10, 20 years, have we seen the natural black woman feel comfortable in her own beauty. Like my wife, my beautiful wife, in her natural beauty. Take that, Trevor. Take that.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Because I think what me and MD want to talk about is kind of insignificant compared to this conversation. Let me ask you a question. Who's making black women feel like less than, like darker skinned women?
I think I know where you're going with this. I think I don't want to speculate. I'm gonna let you continue.
I'm probably going there. Who's
I think the culture. I think the culture. Our culture does.
No.
He gonna say the black man, and y'all make
exactly the black.
He gonna
man.
say the black man. I already knew where you was going. Yeah, we finna get it in. We finna get it in, Trevor.
No, Trevor. It's not just the black man.
Get it in.
It's not just the black man. No.
And Yami, hold up. Who's the one making these? Who's the one going messing with all these other races of women, putting white women on pedestals? Now all of a sudden you're calling white girls queen, and I'm not saying you, but I've heard that plenty of times. We're calling white girls queens now, and like Juju said, you got passport bros going to help build repopulate Asia, but they can't fuck with their own women that they got here. Who's making them feel the way that they feel?
Well, that's part of it then, Trevor. That's part of it.
I'm gonna say, Trevor, that's generalization though, too.
It's not generalization.
Yes, it is, buddy.
Yes, it is.
No,
because that's a minuscule percentage of black men that's doing that minuscule percentage.
Yeah.
I'm with Trevor.
Go ahead.
No. I got your back. You know, you tag me in, y'all in the wrestling. Just tag me in. When you get tired, just come tag me in.
You agree with me, Dayame?
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you.
I think again that's generalization. Of course, black men, because it's proximity. You know what I'm saying? But overall, as a whole, it goes back to like what Inyame is saying. Society reinforces that, a certain image, so the black men because it's the proximity thing, but that is a social cultural understanding that is constantly bombarded and reinforced.
And Yanga, where are these black women that feel less than? Because I damn sure don't see them in Florida. Like, where are these women that feel like victim of colorism and that their skin is their sin, basically? Because
you talking about dark women?
Yeah, our dark. I mean, my wife. You probably can't tell by the camera color, but she's a little darker than me. But women like that winning. Like, I don't understand where all this comes from.
That's why I feel the same. You and I share the same sentiment. Like, I guess because women like that I'm attracted to. So if you pull a nigga like me, you're winning. You know what I'm saying? So you're winning. But I'm like you. The dark complected sisters seem to be winning. Black girl magic. Natural is the phenomenon. And women are going natural. They're wearing more African expression and stuff like that. I mean, the culture seems to be gaining momentum.
My wife been locked up for like 2 or 3 years now.
Yeah, in the house?
Huh?
In the house, you got it locked down?
No, you're talking about locks, natural hair locks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, locks. Yeah, exactly. Okay, it's like I got my wife locked down 2-3 years now. Okay.
Yanga thought they were pen pals before they got married.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, I've been listening to y'all, and the conversation has been really good, but I wasn't able to get on because I had to help my daughter with something. But this thing that black women have to be associated, they feel like they're associated with Whoopi Goldberg is a standard of ugly black, like that's some 1980s shit. Like 1980, I remember growing up in the 80s, we'd say women look like Whoopi Goldberg. There's some pictures of Whoopi Goldberg that when you really see what she looks like, you're like, oh shit, but
okay, right, really.
But I'm saying, but I just think that that's an old talking point now, saying how some black women, I'm not gonna say all because you can't group everybody up. I think the percentage of black women that still deal with skin color issues is minuscule in the grand scheme of things. That's just how I feel, and that's based on the women. That's just based on the women that I deal with, like the black women that I deal with and that I talk to, that I interact with on Facebook. I mean, shit, you can't tone their swag down. Sometimes you be like, damn, just tone it down a little bit, because they know they got it going on. Well,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that.
I agree with you, Trevor. I agree with you.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. But what I'm telling you is, with the demographic of these passport bros and high value man, that shit ain't normal. That's some YouTube stuff, man. That's what I was telling you. So to go with that narrative again, like what Yanga said, generalization.
Mm-hmm.
Because the majority of these black men that's out here, even if they dealing with the emotionalism, the nigga aspect of being with the black women, they still with the black woman.
Mm-hmm.
Point blank period. Trust me, I know. I deal with it every day.
But MD, are they with a black woman solely? Or
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Trevor?
Or do they got Becky on the side?
Oh my God!
What is your point? What are you trying to say? That we driving?
I'm not. Listen.
Yeah.
I'm realizing what my role is on the arena. So I'm the antagonist. So every time y'all bring up a point, I'm gonna just throw in a what if. And I'm not saying everybody. I can't. There's no way in the world you could account for everybody. The whole passport bros and stuff like that, that's a vocal minority. I just brought them up to make a point. But the women being degraded for skin color, that's normally coming from other black men, though. Like, for real. I don't think skin color don't care what white people think anymore. But they really don't.
I don't think skin color has nothing to do with that. It's the fact that a socially engineered construct has been put on the black woman.
Yep.
To the point where subconsciously we feel like we're in turmoil, even being with her. With that being said, when you talk about the colorism part, I don't think just because it's a white woman, I don't think they got nothing to do with it. It's the social aspect. These white women that these dudes is getting with have inserted themselves into our culture. Let's not get it twisted.
We allowed them to.
I agree with that, but they inserted themselves in it nonetheless.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at it as hitting two birds with one stone. You mean to tell me I can deal with the social norms, the cultivation of a culture in the next generation with a white woman? That's at the end of the day, the mannerisms, the tendencies is still going to be that of a white woman, just in not to say blackface, but acting black. They killing two birds with one stone.
Because you know why?
It's cultural appropriation at the end of the day.
Niggas wanted to find the easy way out. They felt that Becky was gonna build them up. Becky was gonna get their credit good. Becky was gonna co-sign for their shit. That's why they did it.
And also not losing they nigga identity at the same time, because that's what's important. A lot of these dudes that get with these white women, it's a thin line between making sure that they good on they end in terms of dealing with Becky, also not losing their nigga identity in the meantime doing so. So a lot of these dudes get with these Beckys, like I'm talking about from a street level. I ain't dealing with the higher ups. Like when you get money, that's a whole nother conversation in itself. I'm talking about on street level. When these quote unquote street dudes get with these Becky, they're on the tightrope trying to balance Becky with their own blackness. You know what I mean? How can I maintain my blackness and still be with Becky and still look black from an identity perspective? Mm-hmm. That's where the cultural appropriation comes into play.
Can I be the bad guy?
We know the typical white girl that be in the hood, the short haircut, the hoop earrings. We know the typical white girl in the hood.
Can I be the bad guy?
Go ahead.
A lot of black men get with white women because white women shut the fuck up. They don't talk back to them.
That's what I just got finished saying. I ain't saying it that directly, but what I was telling you, that's exactly what I was saying. How can I deal with Becky in a black way where she's able to still maintain her whiteness and I'm still able to maintain my blackness? That's what I'm saying.
See, but
now
here's
the higher level that you get.
No. Trevor said black women don't know how to shut the fuck up, and white women do.
Hey, MD, they don't be ready for this type of conversation, man. And when
no, goddamn it, no. Trevor said white women shut the fuck up. And now I'm just fucking with you.
but here's the thing. Look at the infiltration tactic, because Juju make a good point. She talk about Kylie Jenner. You look at Kylie Jenner. Kylie Jenner paid for enhancements and shit like that to do what? Have what is considered black girl features. And you look at a lot of these white women now. You look at white women today, white women aren't like they used to be in the 80s and the 90s, because they used to be flat. They always had big boobs, but they've been flat, no hips and nothing. Now all of a sudden, they're just white black girls. And I think dudes get enamored by that because they like, well, wait a minute. I can get a white girl. She still kind of similarly look like a black girl, but I mean, hey, I'm just Black Son, you bugging your eyes out, but I'm just telling you how it is. I mean, this me, baby. This what you know you're gonna get with me. And that's what it is though. Like, I think it's a whole ploy for white women to just infiltrate into our communities, and we allowing it. Like, we for real allow it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that aspect, but again, we understand that when you talk about let's go back to the submission, right?
So let me say, you know what? So that's proof positive, not proof positive, but that is an arguing point, a talking point, that it may not be black features. If these white women are going getting black features and pulling black men, then it might not be the African features. Could it be attitude? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
And that's what I said. That's what I said. These dudes is they killing two birds with one stone. They're able to get the hood aspect of that white girl, but they not getting the hood aspect when it comes to a black chick who they want to be. They getting the homegrown, mommy and daddy American pie white girl, because that's what she is at the end of the day, despite what she do. So they getting that aspect. They killing two birds with one stone. These white girls is out there in the gym working on their glutes. If that don't work, they going to Dr. Miami. And they go into the tanning salon, point blank, period. They want to be in this culture so bad.
And I'd be a hypocrite if I sat here and said that some of them aren't like bad. Like, you see some of them, you're like, huh? But at the same time, I know what I like. I've been married 10 years, but I know what I like.
Ain't none of them pesty face, buttermilk complected, stringy hair, tree climbing.
Yeah. When they get in that bed, they have white girl, pale face, stringy hair, lice lace.
I like my meat cooked. Don't give me
but from what I hear, let me stop. There's women in the chat. I'm not gonna.
Yeah. We got lazy, and they already ready to give up on the Negroes. GTO, like, you Negroes are finished. She done with us.
Okay. Let's use gynocracy for an example. And gynocracy, you can come on here and check me if you want, but you know this. I'm using you as an example.
You sure you could?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I love y'all was talking today about accents and stuff. That's why I wish I could get on the panel in the daytime. It's two factors. I don't know why my phone acting that way, and I work in a noisy shop. So I heard MD talking about the accents and stuff like that. And when I listen to the gynocracy, that's like a love and a hate accent. Like, I could listen to it for a good amount of time, but then I'm like, oh man, it just grows on you. But a lot of black men don't want to deal with a woman with her attitude. You see how she'll get on here and just check you and cuss you out and shit like that? White women don't do that. They don't. They not doing that. So that's the type of shit that y'all got to contend with. And gynocracy, I promise you, I'm not I'm not. You part of Team Arena. That's why I'm using you as an example, because I don't want to call somebody else's name and then they make 10 videos on me. But you know, it's like what I'm saying. You white women they won't do that. Now that don't make you less of what you are. You are who you are. But I'm just saying, like, if somebody asks me, like, why are black men starting to gear towards white women? That's one of the reasons.
Wow.
You mean I'm tone policing? What that mean? I don't know. Remember, I'm new here. I don't know that stuff.
On the panel.
Huh?
Everybody's speechless on the panel. Hey, at the end of the day, I get what you're saying.
Did I say anything wrong?
No. I get what you're saying.
I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just listening, brother.
Or do I say what people are afraid to say? Like, is that, oh God, here she go. Here she go.
Again, I get what you're saying. We're not taking into consideration the social aspect of why this dynamic is. And again, what I tell you earlier, Black Son, I can always pull people into my lane.
Yeah.
Until you create a social change through policy.
Here you go.
This ain't gonna change. These men ain't loving these white women because they just like white women. Hey, well, what you say? What you say, Trevor?
No, I said, who is this Al Capone guy? I want him to come on the panel. I want him to.
Al Capone, yeah, he dark side. He a dark side man.
Dark side, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, like I said, the dynamic is never going to change until we get social standing in this country, and we ain't got to worry about trying to deal with any type of attitude. Back in the 60s, our parents, our grandparents, I'm pretty sure Granddaddy probably had a little side chick on the other side of town. Grandma was probably messing around with the old head at the bingo parlor or running the numbers, whatever. But at the end of the day, when they got in that house, what would happen?
They had 10 kids.
They 10 toes down in the house with the family.
But no, Trevor, you said what?
No,
you said
hold on. MD, that's an indictment on us today. We don't want to fight for anything.
I understand. I understand this indictment. But it was socially driven.
Grandma and Granddaddy knew that each other was messing around, but they wanted to hold a family down. Today's generation not like that. At the first sign of trouble, they want to run. They want to run.
What's the advantage? What's the advantage of them holding the nucleus down? They don't have one.
What you mean there's no advantage? Well, no, okay.
Advantage of what?
These women pick.
What's the social advantage?
These women pick bum dudes anyway, so there probably is no advantage.
No, but wait a minute. What I'm telling you is Granddaddy had a job at the manufacturing plant that took care of everybody. Hell, even a couple of the kids, what mama was doing bad, he could take care of them too. Mama was in the house, man. Mama was in the house maintaining the kids.
That's when you go to the grocery store for $10.
Exactly. I don't disagree with that. The social dynamic was different from it is now. Now we dealing with an institution where we got single black mothers independent on certain amenities that take away the black man. That's social policy at the end of the day. We dealing with institutions where the black woman is being up on a pedestal as being the ultimate gatekeeper for democratic policy. That's social change.
So
what I'm telling you is until the black man and the black
white girl.
Hold on, what you say?
What was Martin Luther King's reason for messing with a white girl?
Can I say this?
He wanted the white meat. That's different.
But I'm saying,
hey, no, I ain't gonna let you do that, Trevor. Hell no, I ain't gonna let you do that.
They trying to sound police me, MD.
I was using you as an example.
Go ahead, GTO. Go ahead, GTO.
And my situation is messy as fuck. And my situation, he acted like he loved that shit. When it inconvenienced him, that's when motherfuckers had a problem. It don't have shit to do with that.
You know, I wasn't talking about that situation, right?
I'm just talking, period. You talking about why I would have never did that, but he act like he loved it. See, a lot of black men act like they love that situation, but see,
I agree.
even when they switch, hold on. Even when they switch over to the white girls be beating them up, talking to them any kind of way. And then what we see when we watch Cynthia G is when black men go to the white woman, they actually start being more emasculated. And they actually start being more feminine. Because they want to, hold on. They want to calm down that black man monster to not scare that white woman.
You know what white women won't do?
In that situation, hold on. And sometimes the black man situation is so messy. Yeah, we gonna cuss y'all out because that situation was messy. So you can't use me as example, baby. I'm submissive.
That's not. But
in
you,
a normal
see,
situation.
Hold on. Because I said something and you took it personal. That's not what I wasn't saying anything to do with any situation. I was just saying,
just saying in general.
I said, you see how you could just come up here and cuss us out and stuff like that?
You know what? Trying to use that as an example, GTO. Watch out. He's trying to use that as an example.
You know one thing white women won't do? You know one thing white women won't do? They won't come on a panel. They won't come on a panel and disrespect their man.
They don't fuck with y'all when y'all look for validation.
They won't come on a panel and disrespect their man. They won't.
I never disrespected him.
They won't do it.
You don't know how he disrespected me. That's why I said, yo.
I'm not. God damn it, I'm not talking about
but you used me for an example. You calling me out. Come on now.
I'm not talking.
But black people not telling a lie.
No, he was trying to. I know what he was trying to do. T Marina, he was not trying to call out maybe somebody else out of make videos. So I don't know. But it's not you personally.
It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal. I promise you. I don't have no issue. I listen to all your shows just because I'm a glutton for it sometimes. But I'm saying in some spaces, some dudes they can't deal with that. And a white girl not going to come on a panel and talk shit to a man like that. They won't.
But when you sitting here act like you so pro-black and you already know that's what the sisters give, then you might as well go find a white girl or a biracial girl that was raised.
I got me a sister.
You know what I'm saying? Because most of us do have warrior spirits, and that's that pussy shit. You feel what I'm saying?
That's not a warrior spirit that you need
a lot
to
of black women do have
That's a spirit. That was a spirit that you were forced to have in the absence of the man. Let's keep it real.
Okay, in the absence of the man.
But again, that's y'all fault.
Y'all not willing. Y'all not.
That's not. Yo, that's social policy, bro. That ain't the chick. That ain't the women's fault that it happened.
Oh, get out of here, MD. Don't come with
oh my God! Oh my God, Trevor! No.
You can go bar for bar and point fingers, Trevor. You just got up here and pointed finger at the black man.
I'm the bad guy today.
Stop pointing fingers at one another.
Bro, do you know about the Crispus Maddox project? Do you know about the Cabrini Green project? Bro, this was systematically done to get us up out of here.
Go back to Jamaica now.
Like, bro, like you was tripping out loud. I can't believe you said that just now. So you think all the black men in the 70s and the 80s, they got their stick and they damn tied, they drag around and get their clothes and got up out of here.
Not all of them. Why you making such a broad generalization?
I gotta generalize it because you generalizing the attitude of the black woman. I got to.
Hey, Black Son.
Yo. What's up?
Never mind, because I don't have it hooked up. I was gonna say if I could record this segment, but I don't have it hooked up, so never mind.
Oh, bro, hey, get your equipment in order, man.
I don't have my equipment hooked up.
Matter of fact, the first thing you need to do, Trevor, you need to have GTO on that show that you want to do.
I want to do a show with GTO, but no, while she's on the panel right now, so you know, GTO, when I do a podcast, it's me as the host, you as the guest. It's back and forth. So you can't just, but I want you because I want that energy. But you have to understand one thing. I'm not coming at you any type of way. Like what you're getting from me is what every man thinks, but they just won't say it.
But I'm sensitive though. You find
I don't believe that.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna mention the shit anytime I feel any shade. So it's not
So you gonna make a video about me
mention
tonight?
that niggas be pussy. They act like they like that energy, but then turn around and parade around a quiet ass, lighter skinned bitch. Don't have me be messy, Trevor. I don't know why you call me out.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord. You
All right. You know what?
A quieter, lighter skinned bitch. Not
You will make
you.
a video.
They
Don't
know who
make a
I'm
video
talking
about
about.
me.
Trevor did it, y'all. Trevor did it. All right, I'm gonna
see what you done did, Trevor.
Hey, Godocracy. What she got on?
Oh man.
Godocracy. He did.
No, hell no. Come back.
Come back, Godocracy.
Hey, Yank a trip. Where Yank at, man?
Godocracy, come back. Hey, hold on, man.
All right, y'all. I'm gone, man. I'm listening to chat, man. I'm out of here, man.
Godocracy, come back.
That's your ass, Grasshopper. That's your ass, Grasshopper. I'm out. I'm quick. I'm not about to bust a you. Come back and spray this whole motherfucker. I'm out of here.
Hey, y'all understood what I was saying, right? I wasn't.
I get what you were saying. I get what you were saying. But I also get. Yeah, I get it. But I also get when she responded, you try to use that as an example, the basis of your argument. I saw that. But I get it. You didn't say anything about her from a personal perspective. I get that.
Absolutely.
I didn't. It's never with me. It's never going to be no personal attack. It's not. I'm just using an example, and I didn't even want to bring up nothing that she's been saying. Like I didn't. That's why I never said anything. I'm just saying in general, it could be woman X, but because she is over here, and I knew she'd get on the panel, that's why I just used her as an example.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I ain't seen the wrong doing.
Hey,
I hope she don't take it that way.
You said, wait a minute, you and Blue got beat up. You and Blue got beat up. That's why I can't. No, get back. What you talking about? Who got beat up?
What happened? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly. Did she talk to somebody else?
She said me and Blue got beat up. I don't know. Hey, come back on it. Come back on. I'll mute my mic. Come back on.
Yeah, come on back on. We all family here, baby. Come on now.
Yeah. So, but again, at the end of the day, I cannot let you sit here and generalize black women like you did. You can say you didn't do it, but that's what you did. And then when I turn around and generalize the cause, you say that's general. No. That was systematic. What happened? It was systematic. Refer to the Crispus Maddox project. Refer to Cabrini Green project. It will clearly show you that it was a systematic policy in order to take black men up out of there. Point blank, period. It ain't no getting around it.
All right, well, Godocracy, I apologize if you took it that way. Remember, I'm still the nice, humble guy. Remember, you said that yourself. I'm the nice, humble nerd. Remember?
Yeah, but she talking about Blue. Ain't nobody said nothing about Blue.
Yeah, but what? Let her have. Whatever. I apologize though. But no, she didn't. She didn't spank me. I mean, see, I almost said something again. Like, I don't have my mic, so I can't turn the volume up.
Yeah, she's saying that man that his situation messy. Wasn't nobody talking about that situation. Like I said, I try to not say nothing about it at all because I ain't got no position to say nothing about it. It ain't got shit to do with me.
But MD, why do we? And again, we weren't talking about that situation, but it's just like I heard Yanga say earlier on my way home. He was saying something, and he was referencing like homos, and he had to put the qualifier out, like, oh, I'm not disparaging homo. Like, why you got to do that though?
Yeah. Then he tried to equate it to the fallacy of free speech. I heard it.
Yeah, I'm like, why you got to put a qualifier up? The arena is like this where we just come on here and talk shit. Y'all talk shit about me all the time, like but it's what it is. But Godocracy, I never meant to, because I again, and I mean it when I say I don't go back and forth with women. So that was never the issue. I literally just used an example. So I apologize for that. So please don't drag me. I mean, I haven't been drugged, so please don't do it. Please don't do it.
All right, cool. Well, I guess this will be a good segue so we can get up out that situation.
Yeah,
Let's go to the main topic because you about to get ready to go, right? All right, 15 minutes is all I need. So what I want for you to do is please give context on the remark that you made yesterday on the show in regards to laziness. I tried to go back. I was trying to find it, key it in. I couldn't find it. Please give me context so I can know where to proceed from there.
Hold on. Yes, baby. Are you done your project? Go do your project. Yeah. She threw me completely off. So yeah, of course you pulled a Black Sun. You came in at the end and you didn't get no context of what I said. So what me and Lex were talking about is Lex was saying, did you catch the whole part where Lex was telling me that like if you work for Tesla and if you design the engine, you should still be compensated the same as if you are just a guy that's putting the engine in?
No. I when I was skimming through it when I did the playback, I heard him talking about like the Black Land stuff, and then I was trying to get to your point, but I guess I just missed it, and when it went directly to Rio.
So in that conversation, he was talking about the whole Black Land and everything. So then I simply asked the question. I'm like, so in your system, everybody, because then Black Sun started putting up the pictures of that tall pole and asking like, who's gonna, do that? And every time you ask him a question, he kept saying, well, you got to have a love for it. You got to have a love for it. So then my only response to that was, well, in your system, how do you compensate for laziness? And that's what you walked in on. I didn't call anybody lazy. I said, how do you compensate for laziness? Because you know that there's lazy people in our community. You know that.
I got you. So I misinterpreted the discussion, the talking point. I apologize for that. But just because you said lazy, I know where that came from. It came from your immigrant talking point. So I'm gonna still go at you.
Yeah.
So now,
hold on. Okay, because you have to. Okay, you got to understand this. I can't. Who the fuck is this at my door? Give me 1 second.
All right.
No problem. So yeah. So okay, like I said. From that aspect, I can see where Trevor was coming from. But from the immigrant aspect, that's what immigrants say. They always equate shit to laziness. Because that's what they do. Because they're looking at the image of self-determination in the eyes of an immigrant. And if it doesn't equate to what they're doing with everybody else, it's considered lazy. We've been hearing this for years upon years upon years. It's a common stereotype here in America. Would you not agree, Black Sun?
Yeah, I've heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard it. Yeah.
So with that being said, as I explained earlier, and I'm gonna wait for him to get back in. We'll discuss it further because I know he's about to go. Okay. As I explained earlier, there is no equation when it comes to work ethic between me as a Black American and you as a naturalized citizen in this country. The reason being is because my disparities greatly outnumber yours. Point blank, period. Yeah, we the same skin tone. Yeah, we may be from a certain degree socially racialized as a group in totality as Black people. But at the end of the day, legally, your social standing is better than mine. Point blank, period. Until I rectify that, I will always look at you as having a better social standing than mine. The same goes for you, Trevor. The same goes for Juju. She's from Nigeria. The same goes for anybody else that come from immigrant stock in this country. Because your plight is different from my plight. My plight is a direct conflict in this country. Yours is not. That's all it is to it. And until I can rectify that, There is no equal footing. There will never be any equal footing between you, the immigrant, and me, the Black American. No matter how hard I work, no matter how hard you work, you will always have a better social standing, a better amount of social equity than me. Give him some time. He had to go get the DoorDash. Give him some time.
No, people solicited, man, trying to sell me solar panels again.
Oh, okay. So back to what I was saying. As I said earlier in the earlier video we had today, no matter how hard I work, no matter how hard you work, from a social equity standpoint, your social equity will always be greater than my social equity. Why? Because when you came to this country, when your parents came to this country, they came to this country with zero social equity. The reason I put it at zero is because from a civil standpoint, from a legal standpoint, social equity being the plus or minus in civil disparity, civil inequity, i.e. black codes, Jim Crow, red line, blah, blah, blah. So you came to this country with zero. That's good. When I came out of the womb, I came with, if I give it a number, let's say -20, meaning that my lineage went through the social equity negative in order to put the position that I was born in, basically. Now, yeah, me and you might have the same job, might have the same wage, but from a social equity standpoint, you will always be greater than me because I'm not able to build said wealth that been piling up for generations. Whereas you, legally, a naturalized citizen in the country, born of immigrant stock, you don't supposed to have any. You don't supposed to have any generational wealth from an American standpoint. Now we know dynamics change. You may have generational wealth from your own country. A lot of people do that. I'm not saying that's your specific dynamic, but you know, that's just another advantage on their end. So no matter what you do, or no matter what I do, you'll always have better social equity than me. That's why it's an issue when you say lazy.
So this is going to be one of those conversations. I hope you know once it's over, then you know it's all good. Because first of all, I don't think that way. And I get what you're saying. I'm not necessarily. I don't necessarily buy into the whole like you were -20 and now you just made it up to 0 when you were. I don't really buy into that. But I guess my bigger overall point is, because I hear this all the time. I hear this on multiple panels. Why do Black Americans consistently single out the immigrants and not the oppressor, not the person who put you in that situation?
Well, I fight it on both ends, and look, don't get it twisted. I'm not fighting immigration in totality. Your parents had every right to come to this country and make a life for themselves. That's not what I'm fighting. What I'm fighting is making immigration a permanent block that's going to be to my in existence politically. That's all I fight. That ain't got nothing to do with you. So, like when you talk about certain groups that disparage immigration, they doing it. First of all, they're doing it in ignorance because they don't know what they're talking about, not from a political level. Second of all, they looking at it again as one up on another nigga, crab in the barrel mentality. That's a social constraint. Just like we just got finished talking about colorism. That's another crab in the barrel mentality is another aspect of that. Mm-hmm. None of it change until my people, the Black Americans, the descendants of slaves, get the equity that we're owed in order to alleviate that situation. It's just not.
Do you think the immigrants have that equity?
No. Immigration in general again, if I had to break it down into numbers, and a good book to read is a white guy, actually, Roy Beck, back in the hiring line. He broke it all down. Social equity, when it comes to immigration, an immigrant is usually looking at social equity as zero. Zero meaning you have all the amenities from a social level, all the freedoms, all the virtues to exist as a U.S. citizen. Me, I also have those virtues. Difference is the disparaging over generations that we weren't afforded those amenities and virtues that we had to fight for, putting us at a level of negative when it comes to everything that we're supposed to already have when I was born here in this country.
So,
I'll give you an example.
Go ahead.
Give you an example. We just talked about the black men, right? Or you were born here?
You just broke up.
I said you were born in this country, or your father brought you here?
No, I was born in Jamaica.
Okay, just so your dad brought you to America, make a living for your family.
Yeah.
Social equity -1. I ain't had no daddy. Based off the social norms of what was going on in that reality when I was born. Because my mama was able to get all the amenities of welfare, locking her into a social state where she had to worry about what I was doing, how to take care of me, how to make sure I was good, and didn't have the reality of upholding herself in the social standing of going to college, able to pursue what she wanted to pursue. That's social equity -1. Number 2, the situation of black neighborhoods at the time being locked out when it comes to manufacturing and engineering within the city. Well, I'm just talking about Atlanta, the dynamic of it. Atlanta was a huge manufactured city at the time. Everything shut the fuck down. Let me give you another one. Black American in this country with all the negative social equity that I wasn't afforded. You didn't have to worry about any of that. All y'all had to worry about was getting up, going to work, stacking your money, and making a life for you and your family. That's it. It was no other social dynamic that you had to worry about.
So, because what I'm hearing is not necessarily that you have an issue with immigrants. It's just that you really don't want to see people that look like you, that's really not you, in what's perceived as a better position.
What do you mean not me? So socio-politically, you're not me. But at the end of the day, I still consider you as a black man. But I understand the dynamic of us from a political aspect. I understand that we're different. We will always be different in that aspect.
So you mentioned not having a dad. You're not equating that with immigrants, right?
Well, yours again. Your father is from.
I was doing somewhere, but no,
I get it, and you can still go there. Where your family is from, and where many other black people in diaspora family is from, the social dynamic is very different. This was systematically done to us as a people, whether you want to agree with it or not. It was policy driven. Y'all didn't have no policies that took black men out of y'all houses in Jamaica. Y'all were able to maintain that nucleus. We weren't. That's social equity -1.
And you mentioned the Atlanta once having all the industrial jobs and things like that. That's not an immigrant problem. That's just a countrywide problem.
I didn't say it was, but it's still social equity taken away from my stock of people. I wasn't saying it was an immigrant problem.
I'm just trying to see, because I agree with you. First of all, just so we clear, I don't believe that me as a Jamaican-born citizen deserves reparations. I'm going to enjoy it because if we get it, my wife will get it. So I agree with you there. That's not my gripe. My whole gripe is, like, when I heard today, like I'm telling you, I was listening to the show. I couldn't even finish Blue Stream because y'all been just banging today, where you guys were talking about when you were younger, working for what we would call here beta programs over the summer, where we make $265
Right.
a week.
Yeah, when we was on with Kofi, yeah.
Like that. They don't have those programs anymore. You guys talked about when you go to like a McDonald's or something, all you see is Mexicans. And I contend, first of all, those jobs were never designed for adults. Those jobs, those jobs are designed for kids, to, college kids and things like that. But secondly, Black kids don't want to work in those type of jobs anymore. So they're going to have to fill in with somebody. So you can't get mad at and I'm not saying you're mad, but this is just what we're talking about. You can't get mad at a group of people that will come and work the jobs again that Black people just don't want to work, and then turn around and get mad when we build up our status in this country. You can't get mad for that.
And you're right. I agree with everything you said, but here's the thing. When I used to work at Pizza Hut, I made $7.25 an hour. That same job that I was doing, the one position, you maybe got 2 or 3 people working in that same position doing a multitude of things that I was doing in one position. So now those people are making let's say $9.50 an hour. From an inflation point, we know that ain't shit from an inflation aspect, right? But you got 3 people, hell, probably damn near all related, working that one position that I was working when I was in school. I don't even want I got 3 boys. I don't want now one of my boys working now one of them jobs based off of the fact that they're willing to deflate the fund to a point where, first of all, he's not getting equitable wage. He's not getting hours enough to make what I was making. I was working while I was in school. I was working like damn near 40 hours a week still. You're not giving the hours. You're not giving the equitable wage, and you're forcing a collective of requirements on those jobs. Now, a lot of McDonald's or fast food places, you got to be bilingual for these positions now.
I didn't know that.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, that is.
So you're not going to force upon my children any type of requirement that is he's not required to do as being a citizen in this country. So you're damn right. I don't want my kids working there. On the same token, go ahead.
So what's the alternative though? They don't work, and you take care of them.
So at this point, I'm all about the policy. Once the policy changes, your dynamics of your community is going to change. I told you I could bring you into my lane with reparations. It's not going to happen in my lifetime. Hell, it may not even happen in my kid's lifetime, but my grandchildren's lifetime, it'll be a situation where we'll have social equity within our own community that'll afford these positions where they won't be positions of instant income when it comes to trying to sell Big Macs and quarter pounders. It'll be a position where it'll be a franchise-owned McDonald's that's giving equitable wage to the local high school and college kids that's there. McDonald's don't have to pay the same wage to everybody nationwide. They franchise it.
Yeah, because some McDonald's here pay $16 an hour.
Yeah, depends on where you at.
So my first job is when I was 17. I worked at Taco Bell for $4.25 an hour.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm because I'm a little older than I'm 42. So that was my first job, and I kept it for 2 years. And you know what? And in those 2 years, I worked it while I was in school before I went to the Navy. And I already purposed in my mind that I was gonna, at whatever I do, I was gonna be the best at it, even while I was making tacos on the line. And the reason I'm saying that is some of my coworkers, Black Americans, used to come in with the attitude like, man, fuck this job, and man, this is just a check, I'm gonna just ride out. I didn't have the luxury of doing that. So
I guess
so it's like I don't, and I know you're not doing this, but I'm gonna just use words because it's just a conversation that we have. But I don't feel like we should be penalized. If you look on a lot of job sites, you'll see it's a lot of times, and not all. I feel like I'm Jesse Lee Peterson now. Not all. It's the Black Americans that's a lot of times just screwing off on the job, whereas you have the immigrants busting their ass, trying to do whatever they want. You know why we do that? Because we know where we came from. We look at y'all like, man, y'all got this luxurious country. Y'all living in the lap of luxury, and we call it, y'all ghettos over here is better than anything that we came from. So when we look at that, we like, damn, y'all living in this lap of luxury, and then y'all working on this good job, even though you're only making $5 an hour, and y'all gonna fuck off on it? Like,
I got 3 jobs, man.
Yeah, but and that whole thing, it was at one point I was working an 8-hour day job, and then I'd go work 8 to 10 hours at night. But the reason I did it, I didn't do it because of no Jamaican stereotype. I knew it because I wanted to buy a house. I wanted the American dream. To us, when you see us come over here, all is about is the American dream, what we see on TV. And I've been here since I was 6 months old. So I'm sitting here talking about like I'm a freaking American. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been here. I learned to talk over here. So it's like, but we see the American dream and we like, damn, we don't ever want to go back to where we came from. The only time we're going to go back to where we come from is when we stack enough money to go build our retirement home there. We don't have no beef with y'all. Our beef,
I get it.
Want y'all reparations? Take your reparations. We don't, you know why? Because we'll continue. I even heard you say earlier, you were talking about how you're not going to be packed up in the house and things like that with friends. Why not? It's like, do when you have some nationalities, they come over here and they pack up in the house. They all work their bullshit jobs to save their money. So when they get enough money, they can go their own way and they have shit. And what I look at is a lot of Americans keep sitting there, oh, racism. Well, everybody else that's coming over here is so-called doing that American dream. So I just asked, like, what is the real problem? Like, what's the real problem?
So notice throughout this conversation, I never brought up racism because I don't give a damn about racism.
No, I'm not.
Racism ain't got nothing to do with it.
But you know that's a talking point, right?
I know it's a talking point, but from a political aspect, racism ain't got nothing to do with it. Not at this juncture.
If Venkat come on here right now, he's gonna type in the chat, "Oh, 460 years of racism." That's always
no, not 460 years of racism. 460 years of no social equity. That's the difference. So let me ask you a question. As a Black American, as me, as Black Son, as Yanga, do you think with our long hallowed history in this country, do you think?
There you go.
What do you mean? No, I'm just asking.
No, I'm saying
answer it as you will.
No,
answer it as you will.
You call the candidate, he show up.
Okay, so with talking about that 460 years, with our long and hallowed history in this country, do you think it's a negative or a positive or an indifferent image for 20 Negroes to be sitting in the house stacking all their money trying to go buy a house?
What's wrong with that?
Don't look at it from your aspect. Look at it from mine.
No. Hold on. MD. And
go ahead.
I'll answer that question, but there's a house. So I don't want to give I'm not gonna give where I live, but down the street from where I live is a nice area. and they have these big 2-story, maybe 5 and 6, 7 room houses. There's a bunch of families that live in these houses. What's the problem in that?
Yeah, you're talking about a multifamily dwelling. I get it. But what I'm telling you, again, with my long and hallowed history of my lineage in this country, based off of the economic standings of the country, richest country in the world, greatest country in the world, that, like you said, luxurious in the eyes of an immigrant. The person that set foot on here, one of the first. Do you think that moi, should be living in a house with 20 Negroes in a 2-bedroom apartment? Look at it through my eyes. Don't look at it through the eyes of Jamaica. Don't look at it through the eyes of Haiti. Don't look at it through the eyes of Africa. Look at it through the eyes of a Black American.
You in your current state right now, or am I talking about 20-year-old MD? You heard me?
I'm talking about any Black American. From this time, this day and time, in where we are right now.
Yeah.
If you want to equate it to a young MD, that's cool.
Yes.
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 Why do you think so, sir?
Because MD, I think a lot of times pride goes before destruction. And you got, and I'm not talking about you, I'm saying you guys, but just in general, you guys got this pride about you that don't let you see the bigger picture in things. How come? So let me tell you, the company I work for is a family-owned company. I've been working there for 20 years. The grandfather started it. His daughter took it over. Now her son is coming to the business to take it over. You know what they own like 3 big warehouses. So you know what they decided to do? They have another son that's a chiropractor. So instead of him renting out his own space and whatever, they tore up the front of our building to make him a chiropractic office. And I went up there one day, and I was talking to the owner's husband. I said, you know what? I said, this is some boss shit. I said, if our people thought like this, we'd be so much better off, because they
You said our people. What nationality are these people? These some white folk?
Yeah, they're white.
Oh, okay.
But look what they do. So instead of wasting money somewhere else, because so his office was probably 50 miles away from them. So they bring him closer to them, give him his own office space rent free, so he could build. They bought him all his equipment, and I know we don't always have the money to do that, but a lot of times we do. But you know what we do? We kick our kids out when they turn 18. We kick, God forbid somebody get pregnant, we put them out of the house because we feel like we got to live up to this type of standard that, I got to show them who boss. I'm not going to have this person. Well, meanwhile, everybody else, hold on, black son, hold on, white son, because I know you're going to drop the white son on me. But meanwhile, everybody else is thinking familial. Look at Hispanic families. And they're prospering. Like, you see the examples. They're prospering. Everybody's prospering. Go ahead, Black Son.
All I was going to say, Trevor, is a lot of people get kicked out at 18 because they don't know how to appreciate money, and their parents get fed up with it.
That's
Some of
facts.
the kids, they get so spoiled and they don't understand the value of money. So it's like, okay, 18, you out of here. You know what I'm saying? And then you'll start appreciating money. So once my son moved out and started working on his own, pay his own bills, now he appreciates money. He manages money. He spends wisely. And as long as you under the household of your mama and daddy that's cuddling you, it's not going to happen. So they need that discipline at a certain time to be responsible for money. So that's just my 2 cents.
But do you agree? My dad was so hurt when I moved out. I moved out when I was 18. He did not want me to leave. But I typical kid. I felt like I was a man. Because his reasoning was, you don't have a good enough job. You just got discharged from the Navy from medical reasons. Don't go out there and spend money on rent. You know, stay here, help contribute to the bills or whatever, and save your money. It'll set you up in a better position.
But okay, so each case is different. See, your dad knew that you appreciated money. I'm talking about somebody spoiled, like who don't give a damn. Like my youngest son, he'll just be buying shit, and don't fucking have no concept of like, yo, you know, you at some point in time, you got to start managing your money and being responsible. You know,
You just went low.
Oh shit! Hold on, damn. Hold on, let me. Damn, this is my.
With that, I agree with MD because that's a political, that's a programming thing almost for kids to be programmed to spend money and do all that stuff.
Well, but what I'm telling you is that the reality of most Black American families? It's not.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, it's not. A lot of these kids is moving out so they can go get money. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I understand what Black Son is talking about. But when I moved out because I didn't have a damn thing and I wasn't gonna get it from the house. So I had to go out and do me.
When did you start driving trucks? You right out of like early
No. When I first got out of high school, I was on nigga shit for about a year. Then I went to IBEW. No, first I went to Job Corps to go get electrically certified. Then I went to IBEW, which is electrical. Then I worked for IBEW for like 12, 13 years. Then from there I went on to Comcast. From Comcast, a friend of mine put me on the trucking, and that's how I got in the trucking. So in trade, I was an electrician.
But you had MD again. Your story, man. You said you screwed around for about a year, but for the most part, you was on your shit. Like you knew what you had to do. And why did you do that? Why did you leave? Why did you move? Why did you go to Job Corps? Why did you go to IBF? Why did you do all these things? Why did you end up getting into trucking? Because you wanted better for your family, right?
Well, at the time it was just me. I didn't have shit, nor did my parents have shit. So I was like, well, I guess I gotta go. If I want some shit, I guess I gotta go get it for myself. Whether that be drug dealing, whether that go be robbing, or whether that be doing it the legal way, which I did. But I knew I had to go out there and get it because I ain't have a goddamn thing at the age of 18.
See, I think me and you agree more than we disagree. Yeah. I think you think that we want a piece of your pot, and we don't. No, I'm not saying that. All we saying is that your country allows people like me to come over here and be successful. You know what I did? I'm gonna tell y'all reals. I'm gonna let y'all in because Gynocracy probably think that I'm a animal. When I bought my house in 2020, and as we were sitting at the table filling out all the paperwork and things like that, Juju, me and you need to do a show together because we tend to agree a lot. But you know, as I'm sitting at the table and I'm filling out the paperwork, I just bust out crying. And I want you to realize this big grown man just bust out crying, and everybody just looked at me because they knew what it was. And I'm just sitting there, and I'm like, finally. I said, I finally achieved the American dream. Because to me, I love this country. You'll never hear me talk. When you hear me talk shit about America, I'm talking about the people in America. I love this place. If shit happens in this country, it affects me personally. 9/11, I wanted to go kill everybody. Shit affects me personally. So when I finally reached that what I call the American dream, I just bust out crying. Like it was just because I feel like I had made it. And I don't think you guys realize for so many immigrants, that's it. Like we didn't, and I agree with you. The people that come over here legally, then, you know, do what you got to do. Your avatar, do what you got to do. But what I'm saying, the people that's over here legally, that's over here working the jobs that nobody else want, just let them be. They don't want your reparations. They don't. They just they want to be able to. They want to be able to get what they're allowed. Because a lot of them, you still can't. You can't work for the. I guess now you can work for the post office. You can't be a cop. You can't vote. You know, it's still certain things we can't do. Not when I say we, I'm just saying immigrants in general. But there's certain things we can't do.
Yeah.
So y'all still have the one up on us. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think if we concentrate this anger and you know, me and you talking, once we get off of this stream, it's gonna be all good. But I think if we concentrate this anger towards who really oppressing us, then it might be better. But I'm not sure voting is gonna get us there, because when did we get the right to vote? 1965? Fully. I know it was like 1870, but that was some bullshit. Right. 1965 is when we fully were able to vote without any restrictions. And what?
So that was important that you said that. And again, I don't have any animosity toward immigrants. I don't know. I just realized the differences between us from a political aspect. That's all I can come at it as. I can't come at it with any type of bigotry or nothing like that. That'll be dumb for me to do so. But it was important that you said voting. How many from a percentage number? How many immigrants do you think vote?
The ones that can, a lot of them.
Right.
A lot of them. And so, you know why, MD? Because where we come from, I'm gonna tell you, my dad has a permanent scar right now on his head. You know why? Because they were holding an election in Jamaica. He voted for the wrong party, and 6 guys jumped him and almost killed him. Damn. At least over here, we know that when we vote, for the most part, nobody's going to try to kill us, and that's why the immigrant voting population is so high. You know, when during elections and stuff, you know, the Haitian people I see so proud to sport that sticker, because they know they couldn't do that at home, because they had to vote for a certain sect of people, or they were going to get heard or some shit like that. So the immigrant turnout is probably bigger than the black community.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh,
okay. All right. So you know me, right? Do you want me to give you like an actual number?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's 38%.
Shooting from the hip.
It's 38%.
38% what?
Of all immigrants that are eligible to vote.
What's the percentage?
Now this is based off of 2018 numbers.
What's the percentage of black American?
51. Then I said 51 earlier, right? I have to look it back up again. It's 51% of all black.
And
82% vote Democratic, but only 51% as the group in itself vote.
I mean, but
from immigrants is 38.
So you think that's a bad number for the immigrants?
It's pretty bad. Now I do know. Yeah, that's what I said. Eligible. I said eligible, naturalized immigrants that can vote is 38%. Now I do know that that's a very small number compared to black Americans in the country. I'm not denying that. But the percentage in consensus is 38%.
So when you say that's a bad number, like what are you saying is bad regarding?
What I'm saying is, y'all, when the immigrants come over here, all they give a damn about is getting the money. They're not changing the policy that's gonna help other people.
So how come black people don't turn up to the polls? They the ones crying.
Because we politically dumb too. I ain't saying that we ain't. I mean, that's where I come in.
I mean, they're the ones doing all the crying. They're the ones doing all the damn crying.
Right.
Meanwhile,
but you the one brought up voting. That's why I had to give you. You know, I'm the facts guy. I had to give you the facts.
Yeah, I'm just shooting from the hip. I mean, if we wanted to pull stuff up, I guess I could, but yeah, Juju. See, me and Juju need to do a show. We do have a right to care about money. Like that's what I'm saying. Like
I'm not saying that you don't.
money.
Don't misconstrue my words. All I did was compare the low voting turnout versus the intentional purposes of why you coming to the country. That's why you coming. You ain't coming to be civil. I don't expect you to be.
So why are Black Americans here?
What kind of question is that? I ain't asked to be here, sir.
What's the purpose of being here? What's their purpose of being here? Like
to fight for your civil liberties and rights. That's part of being American.
I think again, oh shit, here goes Solar coming to take over the panel.
Yeah, it's about to hit 8. I gotta go take a shower, but yeah, like that's the point of like being American.
So what's up, Solar?
Freedom is a everlasting battle.
So what I will say real quick is, I got to go at 8, but this was a good discussion, MD. I mean, I don't know. I hope you gained some clarity as to how I feel.
I always had the clarity,
but I want to reiterate the fact. If they pass a law right now that, hey, we're going to give Black people reparations, me as being born in Jamaica, even though I'm a U.S. citizen, I don't feel the need. I don't think that I deserve that. So
nor should you.
Yeah, and that doesn't bother me that you say that, because like I said, I'm gonna get it from my wife anyway, so it doesn't matter. But so I'm gonna get it regardless. But and we're not trying to compete with you. We're here.
Why don't Jamaicans?
Go
ahead,
Solar.
Deserve reparations?
Wait, say that again.
Why don't Jamaicans deserve reparations?
That's an MD question. He don't think we deserve it. But
I didn't say you didn't deserve reparations. You don't deserve reparations in the United States of America.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I was listening to the conversation though, and I agree with Trevor. I think that what Black people is like, we're dealing with the situation emotionally. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck that we was here and we worked for free and we did all those things and that we don't get the reparations. Nobody gives a fuck. I think what Trevor's saying is that this is how you solve the problem. You gotta rid yourself of the trying to live up to the Joneses mentality, and you kind of gotta start over and build. We got fucked. That's what it is. We got fucked. Yeah, they got us. We can still fight for it politically. But when you don't have no political leverage, it doesn't matter. When you don't have no political leverage, it don't matter. So you got it to the point now where they got us voting Democrat. They control us even politically. They got you voting Democrat, even though we got we talking to a conscious circle, so it may not be you in particular. But as a group, they got you by the balls. They telling you who to vote for. They even clown people that vote have a more independent way of voting. They're coons. So even when you look at it from that standpoint, yeah, that we gotta hold that L, bro. That's reality. Cause don't nobody give a fuck. Like what he said. Immigrants come over and it sounds great. Back in the day I had a Jamaican girlfriend, and you get to see, like, we all the same people. We just got little cultural differences about us that once we get past that, it's just like just a bunch of niggas in there, just with the little cultural differences. And once we get past that, we see that we all really the same, but I think that when they come from the muscle and they don't have to, is an advantage for them because they haven't been here to be that much influenced by what the media is telling them what they should have, and that's just immigrants, period. Because the same thing with like when I was Muslim, and the Pakistanis would say the same thing. Why don't y'all live in the same house? Why don't y'all, like they have these things where those like and they quickly, there was only 2 generations before they began to get the big ass houses, and so we're so adamant on trying to keep up with the Joneses that it don't really take that long to get into position whereas though you are you have the money and the finance and the the ability to give your kids a higher education, then you can deal with the politics. Because when you're dealing with the politics now, you see what's going on.
I got you. All right, so basically what you're saying is I'm supposed to shut the hell up and go get my 3 jobs is what you're saying.
Hey, MD, real quick. I gotta go, but I'm gonna be listening. I'm gonna be listening in the back. I thank you for the conversation though. And see,
hey, no doubt, man, no doubt.
And that's why I fought with Solar. Solar is Solar came on this bitch agreeing with me. Straight Talk with Trevor versus Rio, March 4th. Peace.
Peace, Trevor. Peace. So again, I get what you're saying, Solar. That's cool and all. It's a good concept. But bro, like, at what point in time is we gonna deal with politics? I mean, goddamn, like we've been here for a good little minute. I think we need to start dealing with it in a more realistic way.
I think that we should focus in on community building and then let that, begin to, I mean, like, for example, everybody's talking about voting and all that type of shit, right? Well, you look at, for example, the Asian community, they vote the least out of any person in America and shit.
Right.
But they got a fucking Chinatown in every fucking major city. Where they control their own shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they got their own stores. Like, so what exactly voting is going to do? Like, you know what I mean? As far as like what we need like we need to build like a foundation that we can establish an economic basis for ourselves. And we need to develop, the basic institutions. Now you can say everybody got their own opinions about Dr. Umar and all that, but that's kind of what the idea is with the school. It's like, we need to establish a school where we fund the school because everybody else does that. You have the schools that's, in the Asian community that's funded by Asians. It's a private school where they get to develop specifically catering to the needs of Asians without having to acquiesce to dealing with the rules and regulations that impede us based off of us living in America and in a diverse society. So it's like if we don't have that, then how are we going to train the kids to be able to understand what is the Black cause and how to maneuver within an integrated society? Because what you see today is you have a lot of great and excellent minds in the Black community, but they just are integrated into the mainstream society. Because we living in a society where we're so reliant on the dominant society as far as with the education, and they have better institutions to indoctrinate the children. You know what I'm saying? So when they get a job, it's more so furthering the system as opposed to them building and establishing a community that's going to be more supportive of our people. So we can continue to kind of fight, in a way. We can continue to fight for this political leverage, but I don't think we're in a position to do that at this time.
Right. I see what you're saying. So back to the whole Chinatown example, right? So a lot of that wealth that comes from those Chinatowns, those Koreatowns, that's wealth already built into that system where they're able to build those communities and employ those more disadvantaged of Chinese or Koreans or whatever the situation may be. That's an advantage on wealth that we don't have. Even if we build up on community, because of our lack of wealth, we can't build an economic system within that community like they do, because they build it from the outside. They build it from the outside in.
No, they wasn't relying on China to build those. You say
not China, but wealth from immigrants already coming over here is what I'm saying. We don't have that advantage.
Because you know the Chinese, always, they've been here since the 1800s, bro.
Yeah, I get it, but they also got wealth. Not all, but some.
From where? No, they built
those Chinatown. See, we don't have a Chinatown here. We got more of like a Korean.
They developed the Chinatown though.
Yeah, they developed it. I'm not saying that they didn't.
It wasn't.
They did it.
They kind of did like what Trevor said. They stored their money. They worked the low paying jobs. At that time, it was the railroad. They worked for pennies on a dollar. They saved their money, and they was able to eventually begin to develop communities as a result of that.
But but you're talking about from the railroad. Where was we at? We was sharecropping. We ain't had no advantage on that. We didn't have an ability to do that.
Yeah, and that's great. But I'm just saying, like right now, we can do that.
Okay, I guess from a more long term, I give you that. From a more long term, it ain't gonna happen in our lifetime, but from a long term, I give you that. But with that being said, like here in Atlanta, we don't have like a Chinatown. We got like Koreatown. A lot of these private industry Koreans, they coming in and developing these economic systems. They're not built from the ground up type situations like you got like your
in a position to do that now though. From the years of building, because really Chinatown, even a lot of the Chinatowns are just Koreatown. They just call it Chinatown. They got
they call it Koreatown. It's mainly Korean. I ain't really like no Chinese.
In Philadelphia, they got Chinese stores, but they're really Koreans that's running it. They just call it Chinese stores because we think, at the time everybody thought, a person that looked like that was Chinese. So they just called it Chinese stores, but it's really Koreans in there.
Okay, gotcha. So again, from that dynamic, a lot of these private industry, these private corporations, Korean corporations, are coming in developing these Koreatowns, like your Super K's and your Sanseas. All these people are coming in, putting industry in that community. We don't have that advantage, point blank, period. They got the industry to do so. We don't got it. Now, could we build up the industry to do it? Yeah, but it's going to take a long ass time. We talking about generations upon generations upon generation. Even with the equity that we got right now, it ain't never going to happen in our lifetime. Probably ain't in our kids' lifetime. But I give you that. Can we be more economically aware as a community? Hell yeah, we could.
I think with our revenue and how much we gross annually, I think we could do it in a matter of 20 years.
I disagree with that.
If we have a focused agenda, whereas though we harness our resources, and we're the richest group of black people on the planet. It's not like we're doing it from the muscle, like what the Asian and the Korean had to do. You know what I'm saying? So
I see what you're saying. We'll be doing it from our existing wage.
With that revenue, and if we take it and we focus it in, and we have a financial economic agenda to keep everything within the community and develop specific core areas as far as like learning institutions and things that will service the community, it wouldn't really take that long.
Like I said, I disagree with that because, first of all, you got to deal with the mentality of the Negro. first and foremost before you can do anything. Your mentality got to change at some point. The only way to change that is through the power.
That's our
Well,
fault.
I mean, yeah, you kind of right. But look at the long lasting inequity that our people done went through already. And you saying 20 years and you talking about 400 on top of that.
If we were to do that, it wouldn't really take that long. Now you say you saying with the mentality of the African Americans, look, either we going to do it or we just going to be complaining about shit. Because nobody like kind of what Trevor was saying, that like he was having a conversation with him, but as you can see, nobody gives a fuck about all the stuff that we're talking about because they got their own problems. They got their own problems. They had their own trials and tribulations as to what they went through, and they like, yo, we able to do that shit. So it's just like until we understand what the situation is, not having a talking point in a debate, but how to solve the problem. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nobody cares about you being oppressed and the Jim Crow and the sharecropping and all that. Nobody gives a fuck about that. How are we gonna solve the problem?
I feel you. So I mean, more the Clark Anderson type route, and I get it. It's the age-old debate between which is first, economic power or political power. I get it. But it's a discussion to have. Me personally, I believe that we could change our policy if we first change our political mentality, and then put the political positions in place in order to change that reality. That's just me. But I mean, discussion for another day. Black Sun, where you at? Because I got to get ready to go.
All right, guys.
All right, peace, Solar Man. I appreciate it. Black Sun. Oh, I guess I'm closing it out then. Hey, man, shouts out to everybody, bro. Good discussion, man. Again, I'll always stand on my political reality and that need to change first and foremost. I'll always stand on that. We've always had the wage from a sense of what we were able to do. I won't never deny Negroes making money. That's not the point. What I'm telling you is it is a loophole around lobbyism. It is a loophole around special interest. It starts at the local level, then you work your way up. It's a proven example. And I think we could do it. You got to change the political mindset of the people first. That's just me. I'll always stand on that because I'm the reparationist. I can give you footprints. I can give you examples. And we can go from there. I also understand the economic route. If we can be more communal when it comes to economics, we can then make an example in terms of being that special interest to get political power. I totally get it. My issue is we've been here for too damn long to even have that thought process at the time. At some point in time, you have to understand your virtues and what you're allotted in the country. Money is gonna come. That's part of being part of capitalism. How you want to fit into that call of capitalism, that's up to you. But from a political aspect, you should be able to fit it in any way, shape, or form you want to. But that's all I got, man. I guess this was Champion's Corner. Because they went through so much, they're stuck in their own way. Went through so much. Yeah, I get it. Being stuck in their own way. But again, when you talk about a mentality of people for so goddamn long, being disadvantaged, having to fight for the freedoms of just civil equality, then turning around having to fight in the modern times for social equity. That's the issue. At some point in time, you have to realize that's part of the fight. When that's going to happen, I think it's starting to happen now because the reparations movement is moving, and it's moving fast all around the country. MD10. Oh, shouts out to you, Vanka. I guess you ain't mean to put that in there, but it's all good. Shouts out to Vankat, man. I'll see you on Wrestling Wednesdays, man. Good show. I don't know what Black Sun is, man, but this was a hell of a show. Almost 4.5 hours in, we rolled right into Champion's Corner, so I guess I'll take it. But yeah, shouts out to everybody coming through, man. I appreciate Trevor for having that discussion with me. Again, that's my arena brother at the end of the day. But I felt that it was important for him to understand my perspective when it comes to the Black American political reality and the immigrant political reality. That's not to say that I hate immigrants, because I don't. I understand the importance of immigrants in this country from an economic standpoint. But I will not deny the political difference between him and me, whether you be Jamaican, African, in any part of the Caribbean, Cuban, Puerto Rican, Haitian. Your political reality will always be different from mine, despite if the white man call us nigga or not. But that's what it is, man. Shouts out to Black Sun. Shouts out to Yanga. Shouts out to Gyno, man. I appreciate her coming through. Shouts out to Trevor, as always, man. I love them type of discussions, bro. Shouts out to everybody in the chat. Alcatone, Juju, Van Cat. Who else we got in here? That pretty much everybody been jumping in. But yeah, man, I don't know if we got something. What's tomorrow? Tuesday. I don't know if we got something lined up tomorrow. Probably not. I think the next show will be Wrestling Wednesday, 6 o'clock. So with that being said, man, I say peace. I don't know if Black Sun is gonna close it or not, but I guess I can do it. Peace, y'all, man. I'll see y'all next time.
The Arena of Six. Oh yeah, Black Sun in the hizzle, oh the shizzle dizzle.